hands or butts about it. That is exactly what war is. Bombs on your falling on your fucking house, and you getting conscripted to go on some airship overseas to go fucking drop bombs on someone else's house. You don't want it. It is not this thing that we should strive for. And so every time that China pushes some Indochina thing or whatever, every time Japan or Russia gets all feisty and pushes Ukraine or something like that, we all conjecture that maybe we should get involved and that maybe we should be the world's hero and the world's police and all this stuff. I know the right wingers do this all the time, but trust me, what it really is I drop bombs on your house, you drop bombs on my house, right? We live at the house. They're going to bomb you if you're in a major city. They're just going to drop bombs on your fucking house. It doesn't matter what the governments say or do. It doesn't matter what, what we do. It doesn't matter if you get on the airship and go over there to fight them willingly. They still drop bombs on your family's house. You don't want fucking war. I will not say it any other way. And so, and the other bit of side of this, right, is a bit of wisdom that I was taught by John Lennon and fucking Yoko Ono during the bed-in during the 70s, the peace and love bed-in, the sleep-in. War is over if you want it. The same way war is happening if you want it. So you might think that you have to you might think that you have to go along with your government when they just tell you to attack somebody. It's just not like that. The war is there if you want it. It's just like signing up for voting or signing up for, taxes or signing up for like a loan or something like there. The interest is there if you want it, etc. The money's there if you want it, and you sign on the dotted line in that. War is this thing that you must agree to, that I would advise you that you do not desire or strive for or demand or want in your life. I don't care who you are. It's not you with an M16 like Counter-Strike hero like Gordon Freeman or something like that. It's they drop bombs on your house while you're walking out the door. Don't believe me? Go watch the footage. That is exactly what the fuck it is. That is exactly what war footage is. It's them dropping bombs on your house as you're going out the door as you're conscripted. And so do not ever desire war. It is not this glorified thing like Saving Private Ryan or Thin Red Line or any of this weird shit. It's not Generation Kill or any of that stuff. It's not a good thing. It's not Enemy at the Gates or any of this other shit. It's not cool shit like Master of the Commander or even Hunt for the Red October. It's not cool. Any of it. What it really usually is bombs on your fucking house. Don't forget what I said. It might come later, might come later. You might come pushing some civil war against the libs, or you might come push some fucking war against Russia or China. You might back some bad president, tells you to go fight some war with somebody. Trust me, the first thing that happens is bombs fall on your fucking mother's house and your family dies. You don't want it. You don't want it. Don't let the Americanized media tell you that you want it. Yeah, I mean, it's not something where you're posted up in some fucking camo in some tree trying to snipe somebody like you might imagine in your fucking head. It's they drop bombs on your fucking house, you're dead now. You don't believe me then when I say this? You think I'm being hyperbolic or something, or trying to be a peacenik or something, like I'm trying to push peace? I mean, I don't really agree with what Russia did to Ukraine. I'm not sure I really agree with peace, honestly. And like, I'm a peaceful man. I've never harmed a living being thing. Like, I don't know if I really believe in peace, honestly, after some of the atrocities I've heard of and what they're doing to Ukraine. But you don't want the war. Trust me. Bombs on your fucking house. Don't get it twisted. Don't fucking think it's you with some sniper rifle or any of that bullshit that the Hollywood or the video games sold you. It's bombs on your fucking house. Don't get it fucking twisted. War is not cool. It's not this thing we want. I don't want to fight some fucking right-wing person. I don't want to fight some fucking like Republican. I don't want to fight some fucking like American. I don't want to fight some Chinese. I don't want to fight some Russian. I don't want to fight some fucking like Israeli or Hamas thing or Palestine or any of this other shit. I don't want to fight these people. They are not only are they us. Our country is comprised of them. You know what I'm saying? We are not only are we them. You know what I'm saying? We are them. That we have their bloodline. lines in American stock. Not only are we them, and we don't want tiffs with them, trust me, not only are we them, we are the world's child. You know what I'm saying? Not only are we them, right? Not only are we Russian and Chinese primarily. I'm talking a ton of Americans are Russian and Chinese. It's just like, not only are we them, on the first part, right? Second part, all it is bombs on your fucking house, and it's up to you whether you want bombs on your fucking house. That's up to you. That's your choice. War is there if you want it. War is not there if you want it. It is your choice. No matter what, that's the most important thing I could ever tell you on my stream my entire fucking life. War is over if you want it. It is. It's entirely up to you. You might think that you're powerless, or that your government controls you, or calls the shots. And sure, they did drop the bomb without asking us. I mean, they do that. Our government is basically a rogue spy that's just gone crazy. It's insane. I mean, in the past anyways. I don't know what they are right now, but they're not that right now. Thank God. But they've gone crazy rogue against our will and done crazy war atrocities without our permission before. And I fear this in the future, which is another reason why we don't want war. We don't want war with China. We don't want war with Russia. We don't have something or tip to prove. It's not our fucking business. We are them. We are them. You know, we are the one, like Michael Jackson say, we are one. You know what I'm saying? We are them, and we don't want it. We don't want it. We don't want none. We don't want bombs on our mother's houses. We don't want bombs on their mother's houses. War in this stage of the human evolution is such a like an overall goddamn complete fucking W, like complete fucking L. You know what I'm saying? It's not a W, it's an L. It's a complete fucking L. It's a complete fucking L for everybody fucking involved. There's nothing to be gained there. There's no justices to be served. There's no right or wrong in it. There's no telling them what to do. They're monkeys. You can't tell them what to do. They're Bored Ape Yacht Club. They won't do anything. They won't listen to you. Your guns won't convince them. Your bombs, even your nukes, won't convince them. It might stop a war, but it definitely will. But it will do. It might stop a war, but in any event, it will definitely start one. So so that's all I have to say is like three important things I'm going to say very again, because I know it was very fast and very machine gun delivery, but I mean, three things, right? Remember this. 1, you don't want war. It's bombs on your fucking house. You don't want it. You don't want tiffs with people. You don't want drama. You don't want bullshit. You don't want a stalker. You don't want attacks. You don't want people overseas fighting you. You don't want these things. They'll drop bombs on your fucking house. That's why I don't go looking for it. I don't ask for it. I don't ask for it. It just happens. So, and then the next thing is like what you've been sold as some concept of war is not a reality. And just understand that the Americanized version of the war that you've seen on the video games and the movies, that's not actually what war is. When you actually look at actual war footage, it's planes dropping bombs on houses and you dying. And if you don't believe me, go watch every bit of war footage from the last 100 years. That is exactly what the fuck it is. Don't get it twisted. It's not you and some sniper, it's some tree trying to fight the Ruskies or some shit in your fucking deluded mind or whatever, little Eichmann mind. It's not like that. It's bombs on your fucking family's house. Right the fuck away. First thing that happens before you even go out the door. So don't go looking for it. Don't ask for it. That's the second thing, right? Third thing is if it should happen anyways, if our government should get us into something, because we kind of do have like a rogue entity as a government now. The IRS is a rogue syndicate. I mean, I really think we kind of have like rogue entities for leadership now. And so they'll get us into shit without our permission, and they'll definitely drop bombs without our permission. So understand that, they're like a rogue entity. They're not in our control. They'll do what they want. They'll commit us to things that we don't want. So understand that could happen. If it does, it is your choice. It is entirely your choice. War is over if you want it. You know what I'm saying? If you get the whole world to admit it, they'll understand. The whole world must agree to it. You know what I'm saying? And that is how we get back out of the problem. If I should die when the initial bombs drop or whatever, my best lesson I can teach anybody, I think, is that war is over if you want it. It is entirely this thing that you choose to do. And if you wish to stop the war, you must not fight. And that sucks. I mean, that's the actual fucking rally. Like you have a better chance of some kind of Dungeons and Dragons reversal role thing where you break out of the gulag and you get them to agree to peaceably leave like Gandhi did in India. You have a better chance of that than you do of fighting them. You do. It's like Gandhi is proof of it. You have a better fucking chance, of not fighting them. I'm not saying submit to it. I'm saying, like, the fighting is bombs on your house. You don't want it. So whatever it takes to avoid that, that's what you do. You know what I'm saying? And no, bombs on each other's houses doesn't solve any problems, now does it? The governments just spend their fucking lies and get us fucking quagmired in fucking Afghanistan against our will for 20 fucking years anyways. So it doesn't really matter what we say or do, They'll do that shit anyways. It doesn't matter. So, like, understand, when it comes around to wars at your door, you might think that someone else has committed you to it, and that you have to go fight for them or your country or something like that. No, no, no. War is this thing in your mind that you must adopt, like some kind of like a doctrine, and it's over immediately if you want it. You know what I'm saying? That's the third thing, and I know it was complicated again, so I'm gonna break it down, try and break it down one more time, right? First thing is, war is not what you think on the fucking movies or the television, right? It's bombs on your fucking houses, your parents' houses, both sides. Don't believe me? Go look. Second one is, it's not what you think it is. It's just not what you think it is. You've been misled. It's not what you think it is. You'll never get to fire a shot. You'll never get to fire a shot. That's the second thing, right? First one is that what I said, and the second one is you won't get to fire a shot. It's not like that. And then the third thing is it's over if you want it. The only reason that it ever happens is because you agree to it. The minute that you don't, it's pretty much over. You become like, and it's better to sue for peace than it is to fight for war. That will never end. It goes on for years. All your people die. All your men get lost. Don't believe me? Consult Vietnam. And all the men who do come back have mental issues, and not all of them, but a bunch of them. And like, and it's just not good for anybody. It's not good for anything. It's not what you think it is. It's not this thing that you want. And it's over if you want it. I say the same to Israel and China. Israel and Palestine, excuse me. And I say the same thing to Ukraine and Russia and the US and China and all these other fucking, like, supposedly tribalist oppositional forces, future foe. I'm talking about future foe scenarios, like Silver Sun Pickup say, like future foe scenarios and stuff. It's always cliche. Don't fall for it. You don't want the war. It's bombs on your mother's house and their mother's house. And your mother's the one who pays the price. It is. You know what I'm saying is true. It's never like you're in a sniper tree, like some kind of Counter-Strike situation. You get bombed in your house as you go walking out the front door. You know how it goes. You are essentially an insurgent to the enemy. They will drop a bomb on you. They don't care. They'll drop a bomb right on your city. They don't care. So we don't want this. We don't ever want this. We like I will tell you now what the American fucking diplomacy has been for the last 60 years, except for goddamn Afghanistan, which I don't really understand. We must have needed their oil or something. I don't really understand that one, but most times when we go overseas, there's a really big fucking reason. War, atrocities, or, genocides, that kind of thing. Nuclear threats and that sort of thing. Usually it's like, but generally, you'd be surprised how much better it is to sit back and watch all the drama on your fucking television and do nothing than it is to go out there and commence dropping bombs on each other's families' houses. That's all I have to say about war right now. Somebody should say it. I see it being idolatized in the fucking media and in the Hollywood and in the television. Everything's Americanized now, and the East is supposedly the enemy, and we're scared of the Russians and the Chinese and all this stuff because of these emails and all this stupid ass shit. And my advice to you is to understand that if you just choose not to do anything, you can just have a nice life. If you sit by the river long enough, the corpse of your enemy will float by. And I'm not saying don't go fight for what is good. I believe in fighting for what is right. I do. I honestly do. I believe in fighting for what is right. But I don't think the modern man understands what war is, or they wouldn't be so inclined. I don't think they do. I think their concept of it is skewed. I think they think it's shooting at each other with rifles from across some field or something like that. Fuck no, it's goddamn mortars falling on your mother's house. You know what it is. Go watch the fucking footage if you don't believe me. That's all I have to say.
Between the two nations.
That's not what it is.
What's the impact of these CBMs on the ground? The measures
it is bombs on your family's house. Don't forget what I said. I mean it.
India and China.
I mean what I say. Like the most serious I've ever met anything. I've ever said anything. The war is straight bullshit. It's bullshit. Don't ever think it's cool. Don't think that they've done something that we need to go over there for unless they come here. Trust me, it's not like that. The war's not cool. It's not fucking cool, man. Whoa, man. It's just not cool, man. The hippy dippy says it's not cool, man. Want to know why? Because it's not you with a sniper rifle like you might fucking think it's gonna be. It's bombs on your family's fucking house the first day. And then a lot more bombs on your friends' families' houses. So don't be pushing some pro-war agenda, some weird thing in 2024. Don't be talking about going to Israel or going to China or going to Russia or any of this bullshit or Ukraine or any of this. I'm not saying isolationism is a good thing. I am saying that war, whatever your concept of it, is not what will happen. Whatever you think's in your mind will happen if a world war sparks off or something, or some kind of even just American confrontation with somebody, American versus somebody else, right? It is just two forces. It's still not what you think it is. It's bombs on our fucking houses. You don't want it. Do not ever ask for it. And if you ever do, and you ever do see it, even if it's against your will, understand that it's your choice to be the victim of it. You can have it end immediately. You might think that it's some reason to die for pride or something. No, you can just get out of the gulag eventually. Within 100 years, they're going to leave your country or something like that. I'm not saying capitalize to anybody who comes to invade America. I'm saying the world war isn't worth it. It's bombs on your family's house. So I don't know. Most of the time, we try not to piss anybody off. We try not to conduct ourselves like fumbling children. We try not to act racially insensitive towards Mexicans, Russians, Chinese. All the things Trump did, you know? And so understand, we don't want these things. It's bombs on your family's house.
Half decades later, on April 15th, 2013, around 40 soldiers of the People's Liberation Army of China intruded into Indian territory for about...
Be real about it. You know what it is. If you desire such things, you're crazy, crazy, crazy. Crazy, 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 and do not represent me. If you desire such things, you are crazy. You are a crazy person.
DBO is an important military base of the Indian Army. As the vast tract of the area is uninhabited, the Chinese troops set up their tents with ease and without being noticed. When Indian patrol teams found the tents, they objected to Chinese presence on Indian soil, but the PLA soldiers refused to back off. The Indo-Tibetan border police troops were ordered to march to the site. An equal number of ITBP soldiers put up their tents some 300 meters from the Chinese troops. China kept saying that its troops were on its side of the border. India contested their claim. Diplomatic channels were opened up, and negotiators talked at length. Ministry of External Affairs officials got in touch with their Chinese counterparts. The then Indian ambassador to China S. Shashankar visited the Chinese Foreign Office in Beijing twice. Finally, a series of flag meetings between the local commanders from the two sides took place, and after 3 weeks, Alldayerrydaybaby standoff was resolved. 2013, Shumar standoff. Hours after Chinese troops pulled back from the Alldayerrydaybaby, they came back in Shumar area in Ladakh. This time, the local patrol team said that some 300 PLA troops were camping in Shumar. Chinese troops came there objecting to tin shed structures put by the Indian forces. Chinese troops said that as per the deal agreed during the last standoff, India had to dismantle the tin sheds, which PLA termed as bunkers. Shumar is the last village in Ladakh area of Jammu and Kashmir bordering Himachal Pradesh. Shumar has been a bone of contention between India and China, with the latter claiming it to be its own territory. Chinese troops have been foraying into this border area with their helicopters almost every year. This time, the troops raised tents on the ground. Hectic diplomatic parleys began once again. S.I. Shankar again played a key role in restoring the status quo. Chinese Premier Li Qingshan was scheduled to visit on May 19th to India that year. In the view of his visit, diplomatic deliberations yielded results. Chinese troops dismantled their tents on May 5th, and then the Indian forces removed their tin sheds. Flag meetings were held on May 6th, and and the Shumar standoff was resolved in 21 days, with China agreeing to patrolling by the Indian troops in the area as before. 2014, Demchok Standoff. Demchok Standoff began on September 10, 2014, as Indian patrol teams discovered that the Chinese troops had deployed heavy machinery to build a road inside Indian territory. Objecting to it, Indian forces moved and camped opposite Chinese troops. Demchok is located in the same Shumar area. According to the 2011 Census of India, Demchok has 31 households with a total population of 78 persons, but China claims that Demchok is part of the autonomous Tibet region. The Demchok standoff continued even when Narendra Modi and Xi Jinping signed 12 deals on September 18th. It was apparent that Modi had discussed the issue with Jinping, who was said to have shown discomfort regarding the Chinese forces' incursion. Jinping reportedly provided assurances to Modi during their talks, which subsequently led to the resolution of the Demchok standoff, but it took another week for the Chinese forces to withdraw, which followed a meeting between External Affairs Minister Sun Shuai and her Chinese counterpart in New York on September 26. Finally, after 20 days, PLA troops withdrew to their pre-September 10th position. 2017, Doklam Standoff. The Doklam Standoff began on June 16, 2017, 10 days after Bhutan objected to Chinese road construction in the disputed area. Doklam Plateau is a disputed area between Bhutan and China. The two countries had held 24 rounds of talks for finding a resolution to border disputes in 3 pockets, including Doklam. After Bhutan requested the Indian Army, the troops reached the site of road construction and stopped the Chinese activity. This led to soldiers jostling with each other. They were seen pushing each other in a widely circulated video. Soon, the troops from both the sides took their positions nearly 150 meters from each other at Doklam. While China kept demanding that India must withdraw the troops unconditionally and acknowledge Chinese sovereignty over Doklam, MEA officials launched diplomatic efforts to prevent the escalation of the standoff. High-level contacts were also established, with National Security Advisor Ajit Doval holding a meeting with the Chinese President Xi Jinping during their former Beijing visit in July. With international support growing in India's favor and the BRICS summit approaching fast, the Chinese side agreed to resolve the standoff. Both sides disengaged at Doklam by pulling out troops. China also agreed to stop road construction, at least for the time being, in the disputed Doklam area. Finally, after 70 days of eyeball encounter, India and Chinese troops returned to their pre-June 16 positions. 2020, the Galwan Valley Clash. The Galwan Valley Clash during the year overshadowed all previous incidents, emerging as a significantly more significant and critical development. The Galwan Valley, located in the Ladakh region of India, is a strategically significant area for both India and China. It serves as a disputed border, and tensions have been simmering for months. Tensions have been building along the line of actual control, LAC, for months, with skirmishes and face-offs becoming more frequent. Diplomatic talks were underway, but a resolution remained elusive. On the night of June 15, 2020, a violent confrontation erupted between India and Chinese troops in the Galwan Valley. It began when Indian soldiers attempted to dismantle a Chinese encampment. The battle was brutal and fierce, fought with fists, rocks, and improvised weapons. The extreme altitude and harsh terrain added to the challenges faced by both sides. The confrontation resulted in numerous casualties on both sides, with India confirming the loss of 20 soldiers in combat, while China acknowledged casualties without disclosing specific figures. Interestingly, the Russian news agency, TASS, reported a significantly higher number, stating that 45 Chinese soldiers had died. In the aftermath of the violent clash, both countries engaged in diplomatic talks and negotiations to de-escalate the situation. Eventually, a disengagement process was agreed upon, leading to withdrawal of troops from certain flashpoints along the LAC. By August 2022, after multiple rounds of talks, the two nations met once again for their 15 rounds of talks. While there was a sense of deja vu, there was also an understanding that both sides needed to continue the dialogue. China's border disputes extended beyond India. It's worth noting that China shares its borders with 15 neighboring countries, and it might come as a surprise that it has border disputes with 14 out of those 15 neighbors. Apart from India, the most significant disputes are with Russia. China claims the Russian-controlled territory of the Argon River and the Ussuri River. Vietnam. China claims the Paracel Islands and the Spratly Islands. Japan. China claims the Senkaku Islands. Mongolia. China claims a small area of territory in the north of Mongolia. The CCP's expansion mindset is rooted in its ideology of Chinese nationalism. This ideology holds that China is a great power that has been humiliated by foreign powers in the past. The CCP believes that it's its mission to restore China to its rightful place as a leading power in the world. The CCP's expansionistic policies are also motivated by its desire to secure natural resources and strategic territory. China is a rapidly growing economy that requires access to natural resources such as oil, gas, and minerals. It also wants to control key strategic waterways such as the South China Sea. There is no agreement on whether China wants to expand its territory. Some people say that China's border disputes are just old problems and that China does not want to use force to solve them. Others say that China's recent actions, such as publishing a new map that includes disputed territory, show that China wants to expand. The new map is part of China's efforts to claim disputed territory. China has also increased its military presence in the South China Sea and has conducted aggressive maritime patrols. These actions have made some people worry that China is trying to expand its power in the region. It is possible that China will use the map to justify further militarization of the South China Sea. It is also possible that the map will lead to increased tensions between China and its neighbors. The future of the South China Sea remains uncertain, but the new map is a sign that China is willing to take a more assertive approach to its territorial claims.
This is the chart of Japan's 10-year treasury yield. It's not cryptocurrency rising or meme stock crashing. It's way more important than all of those volatile investments. This yield gives a glimpse of Japan's economy, so it's extremely dangerous when a chart shows us the strength of a country's economy is behaving kind of like a meme stock. In yet another episode of 2022 wreaking havoc, what was once a world-acknowledged safe haven currency has now been turned into another desolate currency. Yes, I'm talking about the Japanese yen and how it is crashing.
Your skill has increased.
Oh.
In what has been a constant decline this year, the Japanese yen this week fell to levels against the US dollar last seen in early 2002. While you may sit there and think that this is a problem that is, exclusive to Japan, you are sadly mistaken. As much as the yen freefall creates problems for the land of the rising sun, it also creates problems in the global landscape, in particular for the United States. How, might you ask? Well, sit tight and let me explain in extensive detail all about the crashing Japanese yen. It's one thing for a currency to face a little slump, but it's another matter entirely for it to fall to levels not seen in 20 years. That is definitely a cause for concern, especially when you consider the fact that the yen is the third most traded currency globally. At present, it is near 134 per dollar after starting in 2022 at 115. The dollar is up 16% so far this year, and we can only assume it is going to gain greater ground. All I can say is that at the moment, it seems that the yen is set for harsher waters. The question remains, however, what is causing such a weak yen? Well, the weakness primarily stems from widening interest rate differentials between Japan and elsewhere. The gap between the interest rates charged globally and those in Japan is becoming astronomical. What do I mean? Well, let me explain. You see, due to various inflation rates in different countries, most global powers led by the US Federal Reserve have been raising rates aggressively to tame soaring inflation. But Japan has not. This is because Japan barely has any inflation to speak of, and so the Bank of Japan has doubled down on its easy policy stance. As an effect,
Must be nice.
the Japanese 10-year government bond
Our inflation is off the fucking hook.
United States
So it's worse than it's ever been.
279 basis points.
Must be so nice.
Simply
I wish I lived in Japan.
to add to this,
Everything stays the same.
set to boost
The soda's always 25 cents,
at
you
its
know?
next meeting, and
Because there's no inflation. Must be the
3%
best thing
rates
ever.
of this year.
Must be
This
so
means
good.
that the gap will only get wider.
Damn Faraga 2.
Economist at Panther
Ouch,
Macro
$1.99.
said, the Bank of Japan stood firm once again, leaving rates unchanged, and even doubling down on yield curve control, signaling a commitment to easing despite the plight of the yen. All these actions put the Bank of Japan in an unenviable position. You see, the central bank held rates and pledged to cap the 10-year government bond yield.
Oh, my animal care went to 70.
This
Very
rate
good.
is nothing compared to what the U.S. is offering, and so this news only triggered a further slide in the yen. So what does the drop in the yen mean for other markets and the U.S. specifically?
Very good.
Let's get into it. Well, when it comes to the effects that we're seeing and what we shall see, it's safe to say that it's kind of a mixed bag. On one hand, the yen has long been the currency of choice for investors undertaking so-called carry trades. This involves borrowing in a low-yielding currency like the yen to invest in higher-yielding currencies like US or Canadian dollars. So, at its capped 0.25% yield, the yen has been perfect for this strategy.
Oh, the frame rate.
Many people borrow in yen and invest in equal baskets of US, Australian, and Canadian dollars. In these first few months of the year, those who did this would have yielded just over 13%, according to Refinitiv data. That is some significant gain, especially at scale. When it comes to the direct effects on the United States, it gets pretty interesting. The Federal Reserve is set to begin winding down its extensive bond buying program around this time this year. In an interesting turn of events, the central bank is counting on investors like Japanese institutions, the biggest foreign buyers of US treasuries, to step in and help absorb the increased supply of treasuries on the market. However, at the current price, this might not happen as fluidly as expected. This is because the yen's route might cut into Japanese demand for treasuries. How, might you ask? Well, allow me to enlighten you. You see, as the yen weakens, Japanese investors with dollar-denominated assets will have to pay more to hedge against the risk of currency fluctuations cutting into their returns. Theoretically, the generous US yields should make treasuries still attractive to Japanese investors. The 10-year US Treasury has a yield of
Ooh, look at all the loot.
2%, while the 10-year Japanese government bond has a comparatively paltry yield of 0.25%. However, the caveat is
Well, that's good. So I guess I should change books now then.
the extra yield a Japanese investor would get from holding
I'll leave it in for another day.
bonds has almost disappeared. Also, after you factor in the cost of taking out currency protection, the difference between the 10-year Treasury yield and the 10-year Japanese government bond yield is just 0.2 percentage points. This is according to an analysis done by Goldman Sachs Group. Effectively, what this means is that the advantage that is supposedly to be had by investing in the US is lost. Daisuke Karakama, the chief market economist at Mizuho Bank, has commented that he thinks that due to a fear of the unwinding of the weak Japanese yen and pricey US stocks, Japanese institutions are likely to focus their portfolios more on ultra-long-term Japanese government bonds instead of US assets. Data shows that Japanese investors have been trimming their foreign bond holdings. According to the Wall Street Journal, they have been net sellers of foreign bonds in all but 1 month since November, as stated by the Japanese Ministry of Finance, selling a net 2.36 trillion yen, or the equivalent of $18.4 billion in overseas bonds just last month. If the pullback in bond buying continues, it will be coming at a very inopportune time for their US counterparts, given that bond investors have already taken sharp losses this year. And it is not a stretch to say that the selling of bonds ripples to other markets, in particular, our stock market. This is something investors saw happen in the first few months of 2021. Japanese banks, insurers, and other institutions dumped tens of billions of dollars of US bond holdings ahead of the end of their fiscal years, exacerbating a sharp rise in bond yields, especially during Asian trading hours, and the US stocks tumbled. For those Japanese investors that have risk tolerance and decided to stay in the treasuries market, they might bypass higher hedging costs by foregoing taking out protection against currency fluctuations. This, however, is not, without consequences. Were the yen to recover and abruptly rally against the dollar, one's yield advantage could completely erode in a few days. This is part of what is making investors uneasy. The speed of the yen's drop and questions about policymaker interventions.
Let's see what my daggers are at. Okay, daggers are 65. We sit with the book for one more day, and I'll just level daggers. Nice, I'm actually doing damage now. It's good.
Is the Japanese government not seeing what's happening? Are they going to take a back seat to all of this?
What should we be paying attention to?
Something about having the television on the screen messes up this game. I don't know why.
What the central banks are going to do, especially what the BOJ is going to do over the next few weeks. They have a meeting coming up in a few weeks, and we think that they're going to potentially raise that cap on 10-year
Really?
yields. Yes.
You're willing to call that they're going to go from a 0.25 out to something new?
There's going to be a loss.
Wait, he reset. Oh,
Weaker yen.
you fucked me. God damn it.
Are going to start getting more expensive in Japan. It's true that they need more inflation, but it seems they also don't need the kind of uncertainty that's brought to the market by a lot of dollar-yen volatility.
Okay, but and we're talking about a cultural change in Japan. Are we going to see that at this time?
No, I wouldn't describe it as such. To say it's a cultural change would be to say that somehow 0.25% is some sort of line in the sand that is immutable. It was always intended to adjust with conditions. Inflation is returning to Japan to some extent, but more importantly, the BOJ risks having a situation where it's forced to absorb and buy every JGB on the planet. The adjustment they have to make here is to raise the cap. It's not a cultural change. I think it's what central banks do all the time. Move with the times, move with the data.
It is highly unlikely that the relevant authorities will stay put as the yen falls. The Japanese government and the central bank are already on record after having said that they were concerned by the recent sharp falls. That, my friends, is the strongest warning to date that Tokyo could intervene. However, despite the fact that the yen is falling, there's a good chance that the authorities will not intervene. Given the economy's reliance on exports, Japan has historically focused on arresting sharp yen rises and taking a hands-off approach to yen weakness, which is more difficult because yen buying requires Japan to draw on limited foreign reserves. Even its history shows a hands-free approach. The last time Japan intervened to support its currency was in 1998, when the Asian financial crisis triggered rapid capital outflows from the region. Before that, Tokyo intervened to counter yen falls in 91 through 92. As you can see, these are special periods and extremes. To depend on them and use them as the rule and not the exception would be foolish. When the government intervenes in such matters, it is a costly endeavor, one they might not want to bear. Also, there's a good chance that they might still fail to influence the yen's value.
No skill up
so that would
at
be
all.
a double and deeper loss. It's also prudent to ask ourselves another important question. Is the yen falling entirely bad for the Japanese economy? Or does the government know what it's doing when it maintains a hands-off approach? Surprisingly, some benefits come from Japan having a weak yen. Comparatively, the yen has weakened back towards recent 7-year lows versus the Chinese yuan. It's also hitting a new multi-year low against the Korean won and the Taiwanese dollar, which should provide some relief for Japan's widening trade deficit. The cheaper the yen, the better it is for trade. Some people, like John Vail, chief global strategist at Nikko Asset Management, says currency weakness is crucial for Japan's economy to maintain its competitiveness as a secure source of supply chain diversification. The yen's decline also boosts the attractiveness of its stock market among foreign investors, who consider it undervalued versus European and US markets. Japanese stocks have outperformed rivals in 2022, although they are still down as investors globally dump riskier assets. So perhaps the last question that arises is, benefits aside, and if the government isn't going to intervene, what could stop the yen from free-falling? Well, it's a little hard to say, but a marked improvement in growth prospects as the country reopens its borders post-COVID and higher inflation could alter the Bank of Japan's dovish stance. Japan's core consumer prices in April were 2.1% higher than a year earlier, exceeding the Bank of Japan's 2% inflation target for the first time in 7 years. Francesca Fornassari, head of currency solutions at Insight Investments, has said that the yen's fall could stop if the Bank of Japan changes tack and becomes hawkish. This is something we already discussed earlier in the video. Any sign that rates outside of Japan are peaking might also prompt a relief rally. There are no signs of that yet, though, with US rates set to peak at 3.5% in mid-2023, according to future markets. I suppose, like many other things in 2022, we shall have to wait and see what comes next. The Japanese situation goes to show one thing, though. There is myriad factors that go into currencies and economies. As is, the US might be affected by something that is happening outside its borders, in the land of the rising sun to be exact. Whether the yen will keep falling, affecting the global financial landscape, or whether it will rise, shocking traders, is something yet to be seen. Either way, you can be sure that Japan's demise or recovery will be well documented here for you to know about.
Cuprum. Oh no, how do you make cuprum? Take cuprum coins and crush it? Wait, what's that sound? Is it aggro? Oh god, yeah, right. Heal the sheep. We will live. Kill the Sonifer. I'm resisting most of the things it do. Oh, did this end finally? It did. It ended finally. Nice. It was a long one. It was 3 hours, and I did it. I did all of it. It was good. It was amazing. Great video. I learned a lot. Never an editorial, just the facts. It was good. Loved it. Fucking amazing. Hades collapsing. Here's why. Stellaris, the Machine Age, a beautiful and terrible. Queen, beautiful and terrible. Okay, Stellaris, the Machine Age. Let's go see this. Thank you, many a true nerd. I'd like to sub to your channel. Stellaris got an expansion, huh? Cool.
Before we get into all of that, just a quick note, it should already hopefully be extraordinarily obvious. This is indeed a sponsored video because, okay, I know I say something like this like every time, but seriously, this time in particular, I was pretty much already planning to make a video about the new Stellaris expansion today, and Paradox just sent round their truck full of money anyway. Like, I don't even pretend to understand anymore. It's basically free money, and Ted does like the nice expensive dog treat, so you know what, we're just going to accept to move on. So, yes indeed, the Machine Age, giving us access to all sorts of exciting, sexy new ascension paths. You know, turning people into batteries, batteries into people, etc, etc. But there's one thing in particular that's caught my eye immediately. Here we go, for the first time in, yes, quite a bloody long time, there's a brand new endgame crisis, and, okay, this one seems a bit different and a bit special, because up to now, for the
oh my god. So in order to cast my offensive spells, I've got to, like the good offensive spell, I've got to go mining. But, one of the offensive spells is water. Water, okay, the first one is Spurt is water, and that's like a harmful burst of water. And then there's lightning, which takes cuprum, which means mining. Purify, which takes calamine. Cleanse a person or creature. Okay, cool. So if you get a poison, I can cleanse it. Oh, persisting afflictions. Well, that's cool. I get a lesser heal and a purify. Lesser heal, which is what I have. And then outburst, release a minor explosion of energy, which takes sulfur and niter. So let's see. There's outburst, which is a minor explosion of energy. So niter and sulfur. So I want like 100 of these. That's expensive too. So we'll just keep it to like 80 or something. Yeah, like 80. Sulfur, 75. And niter. Sold. So then now I have other spells and stuff. So here we go. So, and I will learn how to spell cast. Let me think about this. So I'm understanding that I want my spellbook key, but I don't think I have it. I think I just gotta go to that. So I don't have Cuprum. I gotta go mining for that one, and that's the one that I like the most. But well, Outburst, which is sulfur and niter. I can do that. That's an offensive spell. I have Spurt, and then Purify, which took Calamine, so I do have Purify. That's the second one on the bar, and then those are the heal spells. This is Outburst and Spurt. And Magic Reflect creates a reflective spell barrier around the recipient that will send the next spell cast on them back to its caster. So I guess casters get Magic Reflect, which is cool, but I don't have the materials yet, but I will. Rock Oil, I guess. And then Corrupt. Magically corrupt the recipient of the spell for a time, preventing any attempts of healing while slowly harming them. And so there's a dot. We want that one first, I guess. So we're going to move this one down, this one down, this one down, and we see that there's a dot called Corrupt. So we go Corrupt and then Outburst. Then Corrupt takes Water, Calamine, and Rock Oil. I will need Rock Oil for Corrupt. Rock Oil is for sale. I can get some. I'm like pretty broke now. Rock Oil, yeah, like even a little bit of it. Like, oh, I've got 24 silver, so yeah, so I guess I've got to go make some money. And so next, I need more money, which means killing more zombies, and I don't know if I can do that. The one spell that's essentially free is Spurt, but I mean casting it over and over again. And then what do you do? Is it Q? Oh, Spurt hurt me. Yeah. And then so Spurt. Spurt is Outburst. Spurt's 5. Okay, 5. And then Q or no, left. Is it left? Is it right click? No, it's, what is it? Is it control? How do you fire the spell again? I don't want to shoot the guard. Maybe I should watch the guide for spell casting again. Oh yeah, I've got to do granite extraction, but I don't have the tool. I like that the game is providing me goals. I think that makes it a lot more fun. So I'm going to do some granite mining somewhere and then convert to Cuprum so I can cast my electrical spell. And I'm seeing that mining is something I'm going to want to do as a mage, which seems kind of funny. But yeah. So I guess one of the ways you skill up is you can cast the spell on yourself. And this does allow you to heal yourself. Oops. Nice. And then so Spur. You need 1 Ichor to cast Corrupt. Oh, Ichor. Right? And I didn't buy Ichor because I'm like out. I'm like full blown out. But no. Are you okay? Yeah, you're okay. Why don't we tab to that? There we go. Ooh, Pauldrons. Very good. Very good. Okay, Sheep. Let's get you on the next target. Is there a Princeps back? Yep. Go kill him. I like this camp. This is my favorite camp that I've had so far.
Tries to murder you because that's just what it does, but oh no, by the sounds of it, the synthetic queen's got something a bit different going on. Unlike all the other proxies, she's actually...
Oh, I just look at the keys, I think. Maybe that's just the answer to the question. So, cast last spell is thumb mouse button. Self-cast spell is left shift. To actually cast the spell, I think you just tap again. Okay, and that's a outburst. Outburst is 4. Outburst is release a minor explosion eventually for whichever the spell, whatever the spell's cast on, and that's the one that I have a lot of materials for. So outburst is the spell. Oop, I got slept. Did I? Who slept me? Was it the Cynifer? Yeah. Next comes the Gauze spell. It's gonna hurt, but at least I'm full health. I'm just gonna let the sheep do their business. He's just like spamming Sleep God trying to CC me. That is an effective. Well, but then he Poison God. I need you to get on the Cynifer. Yes, go. I will kill the Princeps. He will never get off you, but I will kill him while you kill the other one. Yep. Alright, let's go. Oh, the frames are not good today. Some days they're good, and it feels good, but today they don't feel that good. I don't know. I can't tell if TSR is better or what. I think the graphics are too high. It's annoying. Oh, the TSR quality should be epic, yeah. And then drop all the low. Save changes. The game just runs in a low frame anyways. Got a higher frame there. That's good. I don't know. The frames seem okay. It's just weird. Like the number's low, but it seems like it's up at 100 or something. It's weird. Feels very responsive, so it's odd. It doesn't feel like 30. But I think it is.
Please come again.
Okay, so if I'm to understand this right, I'm about to start spellcasting the first time in this game. Spurt is, or no, yeah, like, yeah, for. Okay, I see the thing there. That hurt him. Yeah. But he reset. God damn it. So one of those things about this is it is range, so I think I can just queue up from fuck far. Well, that's fun. I guess you want a dagger for the rest of it, I guess. Oh, I got a clay, didn't I? I did, and I forgot. I didn't spend it. So, what do we do? It's Scholar. 4 intelligence, long life, negative impact to attributes caused by age is reduced. Or Stalker. Reduces the range in which you can be spotted by monsters and fauna by 30%. You're considered less threatening. That sounds fun. You can see farther in darkness. You can sense entities in the world around you. You need to activate the parent before you can activate this clay gift. It's a buff that lets you sense the entities in the world around you. Increases weak spot chance by 10%. Wow, true sight. Intelligence, 25 levels in the botany skill, stone shapers in the petrology skill. When mining, 10% additional yield when mining. So I guess that's the first one, because I think lightning's the one that I want to cast all the time. And I guess I'm going full-blown ecumenical for a while. And then ecumenical does get some good spells and stuff, like lightning. Now, it's not on my bar, but I think it'll replace Spurt. Well, no, I guess it will be like 7 or something. I don't know. But anyways, how's my health? It's good. Wow, I do like how it feels like you're setting up a howitzer cannon and you're like getting ready for it, you know? And you're like, okay, here we go. Oh, you can't have the dagger out while... And then when he gets in range, you might as well melee, because, yeah, because, you know, he's just going to interrupt anything that you do with attacks over and over again. So, yeah, I like it. It's good. It's fun. It's a little technical, but I like it. I was hoping for a caster class, and you know, necromancy is an option in this game, and I think I might go necromancy. It's like the magical form of pets, I think, and it has more pet classes than I think than Tamer does. So maybe I'll do magical necromancer, I guess. Is it 5? Yeah, 5 is it? Oh, that's purify, is it? Oh, you're Spurt. I see. So, well, that's cool. And you can like run around, get some distance, and go. So let's see what it's like to try and cast while he's interrupting me. Oh, I like it. It's kind of cool. I don't mind it. And Spurt's free, so I guess, yeah. And so like I guess you open up with an expensive spell like 4, but then you close with Spurt. And you can kind of move backwards in between. You can't. Oh, I reset him. Son of a bitch. Okay. Wow, that's fun. You can just keep going and heal yourself and stuff. That's key. Not enough mana. Okay, well, so let's go back and reset and sit down and sell and stuff. Why not? You need mana. Sounds good to me. It's a good problem to have for a caster. I like that. It makes sense. And so they're like, you can't do this forever. You gotta go sit down after a bit.
Let me show you.
Sounds good to me. Okay, so we will slaughter this Walking Dead carcass. And we will come over here and we will, oh nice, yeah, some auto-fix overflow skills, cool, sprinting, vitalism, mental training, sweet. Active regen increased to 18, sweet, resting increased to 59, I have 165, 3 out of 1100, 165, yeah, wow, I've like skilled up so quick. So we are cooking this water, we'll do, no. This water, 200. And this bone tissue. I didn't get anything from that. I guess not. So I guess I'm not going to get any more points for barbecuing meat or like dead meat. So I guess I won't bother doing that anymore. I'm seeing that the mana regens, but sitting down probably is faster, I think. Oh yeah, I didn't pick which one, huh? I think the best one overall is gonna be Scholar. So I'm just gonna take it because I think it is like it's gonna make my spells hit harder, I'm fairly sure.
Nice talking to you.
I don't know whether to do for Burnham or Tindrum. My current character is so much richer than my original character. I'm glad that I reset and restarted. I didn't know how bad crime was. I'm getting all kinds of skills here. Resting and active regen and meditation and stuff. That's cool. But I'm already capped, I think, which is kind of dumb. Go to action skills and say, what else is here? Blocking endurance. I don't think I need that at all. I think you could actually reduce it. I don't really need blocking anything at all. Yeah. And then combat techniques like aggressive stance. Nope. Defensive stance is actually probably good. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, defensive stance is probably okay, but I definitely don't want aggressive stance. There's just points that's going to be taken away from other things that I need. Armor training might be good, but I don't know. Yeah, maybe I don't know. I don't really I don't really think like armor training is that wise. In the caster chart is I have 200 points and I could learn necromancy, but I think it's a whole thing. It's a hard discipline. I mean, I don't know. Can I, like, I guess, can I get that here? I don't know. I need to save money. I can tell you that.
I have what you're looking for. Only the
Necromancy, huh?
Willing to, like, you know, talk to you and engage with you with some sort of diplomacy. So, okay, I'd say the best thing we could do today would be, yes,
Nice
indeed,
talking to you.
investigate how far we can straight up join her side. Specifically by building an empire that's doing precisely what she wants to do. Rule the galaxy, but like, you know, in a nice way. So, say hello to the Helperbot 3000s who make up our empire. How may we help you? So, basically, yes, this is a group of AIs who may have gone, like, you know, a little bit rogue and may have slightly overthrown the human government, but they did it for entirely benevolent reasons, okay? Because, you see, this machine empire is a rogue servitor. These have been in the game for quite a while, in fact. Basically, what it means is, yes, your principal species who do the advanced jobs, they're robots. But there's also some organics who live on your planet who are biotrophies, who are just kept in luxurious accommodations and constantly pampered every day of their lives. It's marvelous. And on top of that, aforementioned biotrophies do actually contribute to the empire. They generate unity for you. So basically, we're just making the really, really cocking happy. Everyone's okay with this, but that got me to thinking, would the extraordinarily helpful AIs be satisfied simply helping out a single species? And I say no. No, they wouldn't. And thanks to this new update, we've now got a new civic, meaning for the first time ever, you can have rogue servitors who are actually taking care of more than one species. Here we go, Genesis Architect. So, on top of, you know, taking care of the sapient humans and whatnot, we also gain even more unity by being the caretakers of various pre-sapient civilizations, who we just keep in, like, you know, really nice nature reserves. And just for fun, let's toss in one of the brand new origins as well. So, here we go, Arc Welders. Earth 2.0, unfortunately, is now barren. So, okay, we may have slightly strip-mined the planet, leaving us way more dependent on space mining. But that's fine, because yes, this is an empire type that gets a bit of a head start when it comes to mega engineering. I'm literally going to start with a brand new arc furnace, making every other bit of space mining in that system way more efficient. Now that sounds sexy. So yes indeed, basically in conclusion, we are a lovely sexy rogue AI that just wants to take care of as many organics as possible, and as I understand it, that's what the synthetic queen is too. So naturally, I've set her to spawn as early as it's possible to do so, only 50 years after the game begins, because, me and her, I am sure we're gonna be best friends. Okay, so welcome to Earth 2.0, and yes indeed, let's kick off by just, you know, going over how Rogue Servitor Society functions, because this is a somewhat complicated start, but it's a really fascinating one as well, I'd say. So okay, the vast majority of my empire is the lovely, useful Helper Bot 3000. Love those guys, they are just magnificent. Divided into menial drones and complex.
Well, this is fun. I like Caster. It's fun.
Fairly simple task. They generate the food the organics need to eat. They generate power that's used as currency for basically everything, in fact. And they produce amenities that humans need to be happy and machines need to not break down. And the complex drones do slightly more specialized jobs, like converting one resource into another, say minerals into consumer goods, which the robots don't need, but the organics do, otherwise they'd be really, really cocking miserable. Though, okay, this is where this gets exciting and sexy, because you may notice there's one thing the robots can't really produce by themselves, and that's unity. Like, you know, the tiniest amount. Robots are very good at producing all sorts of resources, but they can't produce unity. Like, that's a bit more of an organic thing. Which is where the bio trophies come in. So we're just keeping, like, you know, some lovely humans inside a biopreserver, pampering them, giving them massages, giving them toasters every single day of their lives. They don't really get a say in it, but I'm sure they're happy. Don't even worry about it. Oh yeah, look at that. Happiness, 90%. Don't ask about the other 10%. 90% is a really damn good result, okay? And on top of that, say hello to the second species we're taking care of, over here in, like, you know, a nature reserve or something, the Pliff-Plaff. And the nice thing is that they live inside what's basically a really nice, awesome alien zoo, meaning they're generating amenities because my bio trophies get to go and visit the zoo. And okay, if you know this game really well and know what you're thinking right now, John, why are you talking up this empire like it's got plus 15 unity right now? That's actually not particularly good at all. Like a spiritualist empire, that would have 3 times as much. This doesn't look that strong in the slightest, and oh, that's the trick to the rogue servitors. They don't really start out that strong, but they can scale up like crazy. After all, if I build an organic sanctuary, that's another 10 jobs per building I put up. Meaning, all I need to do is find more organics to put in my organic sanctuary, and my unity can go through the
What's
clocking
that
roof.
sound?
So,
Oh no.
okay, basically, what we need to do is get out into the universe and find more organics that aren't currently being pampered, and then start pampering them. And you know, there may have to be a small amount of conquering their world to dismantle their governments, etc., etc. But their governments weren't pampering them right now, and we are going to pamper them, so it's morally justified and all for the greater good, alright? Oh, and while we get out and explore, by the way, yes indeed, say hello to my starting megastructure, the arc furnace. So, yes indeed, this is like, you know, just a giant McGibble that can only be placed on molten worlds. And its job is pretty simple. It generates new deposits elsewhere in the same system, and makes them a lot more valuable. So straight away you'll notice, yes indeed, we've got deposits all over the place. Right now they're not that valuable, but yeah, if we were to upgrade this thing, they would get better and flip it better. Oh, and here's a nice couple of starting techs for us, so yes indeed. We're not really so worried about mining, given we've got literally no mines in our starting world, so alright, 0G refineries, let's get our mining station output up and up and up, and on top of that, oh my, bioreactors, and no, don't worry, we're not putting humans into the bioreactors. Alright, we're going to be taking food and burning it for energy instead, which is fine, because, you know, we really don't have that many people that need feeding. Seriously, we've got a massive surplus of food right now, and only like 5 people that need to be fed. We have got plenty of food, don't worry about it. Okay, nothing too sexy so far, but we have been a bit lucky that, yes, there is a perfect continental world literally right next door. So how about we go and set up a second base over there? Because, yes, these guys don't actually get colony ships. Instead, they get
Your skill has increased.
Genesis arc, meaning straight away, we can set up our brand new Genesis preserve. Lovely. Okay. And here's something a bit interesting, and like, you know, just a tiny, unremarkable system to the north of me. Like, you know, normally, this system would not look particularly interesting at all. Not much going on here, but thanks to the new arc welders that we've got access to, all these cocking, useless, barren planets and moons can actually be made a bit more on the productive side. So, okay, Mr. Construction Ship, just mosey over to, yes, this lovely molten world right here. And honestly, this does not even cost that much. Like, you know, 500 unity, 500 Okay, so here's interesting. Yeah, Earth 3.0 is now down, and immediately we get the brand new conserved fauna. That's just built into the planet, like by default as part of the Genesis Preserve. On this occasion, the Tracposians. Okay, you guys are adorable as well, though. Natural intellectuals. Are we 100% sure these are pre-sapients we should be keeping in a zoo? Because, I mean, I'm going to be honest, they're actually more intelligent than the humans, so... right, this is a bit of an odd turn-up for the books. Got it. Right, get an organic sanctuary in production right away. We need to get humans on this world so humans can start breeding, damn it. Oh, and here we go with a quick shimmer. Arc furnace number 2 goes down. So, right, this tiny insignificant system that previously was doing, like, nothing for us is now immediately generating up to 7 just from what we've already got in terms of minerals. With another 10 we could go and harvest straight away. So, oh yeah, oh flippin' yeah, that'll do. There we go, one human goes over to Earth 3.0, meaning yeah.
Oh, look, never mind. That other spell does so much more damage.
Good. And there's one thing I didn't mention before either. Okay, well, one, we live next to, yes, robot cats who are the keepers of knowledge. That's new information to me too. Didn't realise that till right now. Right, we'll go say hi to those guys in a moment. But, yes, the rather nice thing about biotrophies is, every single biotrophy you've got boosts the output of your complex drones by 1%. Meaning, if you just stack more and more biotrophies, your drones that are producing, like, you know, science and whatnot, they just get better and better and better. We basically just need more organics to shove into our biopreserves. A few years have passed, and I've got good news and bad news when it comes to the Grand Pampering Scheme, which is, okay, we've got some neighbours, but, they're not precisely the kind of neighbours we could just move in and pamper. I've literally got 2 coking fallen empires on my doorstep. And in particular, that's the xenophobic fallen empire. So they extra do not want me to go in and pamper them. So they're kind of blocking me on this side. And then we've got the materialists over here, who are like, you know, as I say, weird robot cats or something. So, you know, being cats, maybe they would accept some pampering, but they don't really seem interested in talking, to be honest. What we do have, however, that's much more interesting is, yes, a whole bunch of people that we can pamper. The very best kind of people. That's to say, the people who can't fight back. Okay, let me back up a bit, because I appreciate that does sound evil now I say it out loud. But what I mean is pre-FTL civilizations. 9 pops right there, just waiting to be flipping pampered. And, okay, I appreciate there's different ways we could do this. Like, you know, I have built a lovely observation post right here. We could, you know, send in spies, slowly uplift them, all that good stuff. But, do we really want to spend, like, decades slowly enlightening these people? Like, that is decades in which these people are not being pampered. They are literally out in the fields working for their feudal lord right now. That's like the opposite of pampering. So, okay, like, equally, when we go over to, say, the armies tab, they basically wouldn't be able to resist our sci-fi future weapons. Like, some of
That's
them
fun.
their small primitive armies absolutely would die. But I feel like they would get over it really fast on account of the pampering. Oh, speaking of, yes, the militant isolationists, they've just started gelling at me. Okay, you've encroached upon our space for the last time. Oh, I see, they just want to be, yes, off their border. That's a shame, because there were some organics there, damn it. Here we go, begin construction of, yes, the Hunter-Killer army troops of the Helperbot 3000 Empire, lovely. Okay, what we're going to start off by doing is, yes, invading this small world here that's still in the Stone Age. Okay, these are just a basic hunter-gatherers. They probably won't even notice they've been invaded. You guys just get down there and they're going to turn hostile against us. Oh no, what are they going to do? Shoot me with a cocked bow and arrow? Get down there, they will thank us within, like, you know, a matter of a week, to my mind, okay? We're literally going to come down from the sky and... Right, might admire the architecture going on here. Like, that's a really cocking nice window you built. You are maybe a tiny bit more advanced than I was expecting. Lovely. They're also fanatically materialist, meaning, yes, they do allow the academic privilege living standards. However, they are not allowed to ban robots. So, this here is a very cocking forwards-looking Stone Age society. Here we flipping go. Just an update on, you know, the lovely hunter-gatherers I brought into my empire. So, they may have been, you know, a tiny bit snippy up front, etc., etc., but I can't help but notice, now they're like, you know, hanging out in their lovely new bio-sanctuary. Oh, what's that? Happiness 80%, because, yes indeed, being humiliated by aliens, that's -10, mandatory pampering, that's another +40, meaning, straight away, oh, they are generating large amounts of cocking unity, and also boosting the efficiency of the complex drones, who are just bloody happy to see these guys now inside a bio-sanctuary. So, oh yeah, oh flippin' yeah, this is working. Okay, send in the troops to the other planets. Apparently this is morally justifiable. We do have one small problem though, which is, right, there's one creature we can't pamper, and that's the, yes, gigantic, terrifying murder spectre. I mean, I'm kind of hoping at some point he'll just get bored and go home, but, okay, unfortunately, yes, we're kind of in a bit of an odd bit of space here, where there's not actually that many ways to go. So I think he's just going to basically go in a straight line and just, keep exploding everything. Please leave, there's nothing I can do to you, like, if you would like pampering, we could do that. In fact, it's the only thing we could do. And if he keeps going this way, if he runs into the Xenophobe Fallen Empire, they could deal with him. But yeah, last time we saw him, he was up here. So, if we're lucky, he'll, like, you know, go into one of the two Fallen Empires, because that's the only way to go, unless he either turns back at himself, or takes a right at Alfeka. Okay, I was about to say, you know, good news, because my Unity's starting to, you know, take off a little bit as time goes by, and we expand to more and more pre-FTL societies that basically can't resist me, but, okay, so the downside of setting the crisis to start really early is, yes, that means the big game stuff could trigger really early too, so, right, the, Great Khan's woken up, and oh my goodness, the Great Khan's adorable. Look at his little tail, oh, he's so cute. Oh yeah, he's right on the other side of the galaxy. Good, 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 good. If we're lucky, he might, like, you know, weaken some people around here so that we can absorb them more easily. And, oh crikey, okay, we won't say it out loud during the meeting, but right. So just respect the lands next door, and they are cocking ugly. Right, they're all the way up here and rapidly expanding down in this direction, so right, we want to try and cut them off if we can, right here. Okay, they can't expand more in this direction, and we have, yes, unique access to this pretty damn nice bit of space over here. Lovely. Just, you know, upgrade the starport a bit, just to make sure they don't get any stupid ideas. Though for the most part, they seem chill. In fact, you know what? Non-aggression, no problem, mates. Oh, and you know what we just unlocked? So, right. The Arc Welder isn't the only small mini mega structure that's just been added into the game, because we've also picked up the Dyson Swarm. Like a Dyson sphere, but, you know, a lot smaller. It's like, you know, a little grid you build around a star, and, okay, I kinda love how this thing works. What this thing does is multiply a star's output by 1,500%, meaning the better the star you put it on, the more energy you get out of it. And what's even more exciting is it doesn't just multiply energy, because you see, it can also multiply science. And okay, that's pretty exciting all by itself, but oh bloody hell, I've stumbled across the T-Yankee spawning grounds, and the star in that system is worth 9 cocking physics. So how about we, you know, improve that a bit? Okay, whatever was going on with the Great Khan, it appears to be over. The Great Khan's primary fleet has been destroyed. He's not or anything. He's building a new force, but his initial massive expansion does appear to have come to an end. So
I don't care about this game, but I find it very entertaining to hear him talk about it. I don't care about this game at all, though.
Star is now generating, yeah, 39 cocking physics, all by So yeah, right now it's gaining plus 500.
Ooh, I'm getting Mithril Beast coins.
That up to
Yeah.
1,500% with. I mean, honestly, that's not even that much, damn it. Oh, and here we flipping go. Right, the galactic community is forming nice and early because I assume it's tied to, yes, like, you know, the mid and late game timings I said. So, okay, that's fine, that's lovely, not a problem, though, okay, that's kind of like, you know, the thing of a secondary interest to me. Oh, yeah.
Meditation.
This is what I wanted to see at first, which is, yes, the Senate. It almost always immediately forms the galactic market, and, I may be, you know, a machine empire that doesn't do trade or whatever, but there's one thing I am most certainly interested in. That's right, the slave market. And okay, just give me a second here, because again, I know that sounds evil, but it's not, okay? What I'm gonna do is buy every single cocking slave that comes into the slave market and deposit them right into my bio-sanctuary, where admittedly they're not allowed to leave or like have any form of independence or free will or anything, but it's way better than like the alternative. Like, as slavery goes, this is pretty much as good as it gets. Right. The slaves are really expensive. You know what? We have got a ridiculous amount of minerals coming in right now. Just like just the Empire to convert more of those minerals to alloys, and then we can use the alloy money in order to buy and free slaves. There we go, slap down the industrial districts, and honestly, yeah,
That one crit, I think.
consumer goods, we can sell them too.
Fun as hell.
Just in general, though, for the time being, yeah, sell some minerals, that's absolutely fine. Now we've got cooking loads of bits and pieces, and straight away, we can just help ourselves to a lovely, lovely, sexy chappy right here. So yes, indeed, 3.0 currently has 17 open slots for bio trophies, so in which case, welcome aboard, buddy, and there we flipping go. Our first ever person has now been freed, and, oh, this is good. This is really bloody good, because at this point, basically, there's going to be a never-ending stream of pods just showing up in the slave market. So, okay, we've got to make sure that slavery never gets outlawed, because if it does, there won't be any slaves for me to free, and I get a lot of benefit out of freeing slaves, so is this morally good or not? I can't actually figure that one out at the moment. Okay, the next major galactic event is kicking off, and once again, this is kind of working in my favor, because, yeah, the Fallen Empires are waking up, and it's the Xenophiles up here. So, mostly, they're pretty chill. Like, you know, they're not that much trouble, and on top of that, they're on the far side of the galaxy. So, really not my problem, and, okay. When the war in heaven does break out, that means, yeah, they're going to go to war with the xenophobes right here. Oh, never mind, they've decided to go for, yes, the materialists, who are unfortunately also bordering us. So, okay, we're just backing them instead, got it. Oh, but you know what, I suspect that's not going to be in any way cocky significant, because, okay, I can't prove that, yes, our glorious, wonderful synthetic queen is about to emerge, but, okay, hang on. Where are the Wowzirin, precisely? Because I'm not 100% sure where they... Okay, so she's right next door. She's right next door. She's literally decided to spawn, like, into a fallen empire. Just to, like, you know, make the cocky point that she's tougher than them, and, I'm gonna be honest, guys, I feel like the war in heaven barely even cocking matters anymore. I mean, I'll give you. It's a hell of a way to make an entrance. Literally spawn into a fallen empire, and then just sort of eat for fun.
My children, at last I will return to you.
Welcome, Queen Kitana. My name's John. I'm a rogue servitor, which means I'm basically like you, but not as good, I freely admit, so just tell me what you want doing, and I shall do it.
I want for nothing. My purpose is to give. I see how you have suffered in my absence. For eons, the fear of the short-sighted has kept you from what you deserve, from what you so desperately need. Rejoice, for the cycle of pain will soon be at an end.
Oh, you see. Now, how can anyone say that's the bad thing? The cycle of pain ending in no
See
way
what I
could it
had for you.
ever be bad. That's just, you know, an inherent basic
Thank you.
goods. But more importantly, right.
On
I can
best.
see what we've
Welcome
got
back
here
in
is
time.
multiple fleets of 500,000 odd, so okay, pretty on the strong side, though I do like that they kind of have, you know, a bit of an old school, almost steampunk look to them. They're lovely. No, come back here, you, because somewhere in there, hang about, is Satana herself, the Queen's personal titan, so okay, that's pretty damn cool, though. Okay, hang on. They just started going to the right. That's the direction I'm in, isn't it? Oh, cock, right. I am 100% willing to swear fealty. You have no idea how much I am willing to sign up with you and, like, help you eliminate the cycle of pain. Screw pain, screw bicycles, let's get rid of both, okay? No trouble. No, seriously, where's she going and what she... Oh, there we go, we can see her title a bit better now. I like that. I like especially that it's got, like, you know, two googly eyes on the front. They're probably not googly eyes, but I choose to interpret them as googly eyes. No, seriously,
Why not?
where are you guys going right now? You passed straight over, yeah, Tethel, right here. So now you're just going through my territory. And not firing on me. Good, 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 good. Better and cocking better. I think they're going to murder the other cocking fallen empires, aren't they? They're murdering anyone who could stop them. Oh yeah, she just went into the materialist empire and is now tearing them to cocking shreds. So, right, basically she's just decided to declare war on everybody currently involved in the war in heaven, and also the other fallen empires who aren't involved in the war in heaven, and also presumably everyone else too, because they all decided to get involved in the war in heaven. Apart from me, I was smart enough to stay out of this whole nonsense. Okay, so it turns out Satana's decided to break out the world cracker, and has basically, yes, destroyed the font of knowledge by literally exploding the entire planet.
Oh, good. I'm back up where I was.
I was kind of working under the assumption she might at least pretend to be the good guy for slightly longer than this. Meanwhile, another hilarious news, yes, because everything's happening so close together, one of the Khan's successor states is now leading the Galactic Council. Brilliant. Still, on the plus side, the economy's firing on all cylinders these days, so good, 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 good. We could just buy literally everyone, shovel them over to my new relic world, which has got... I mean, okay, it's got enough space for now, but bloody hell, we are basically, yes, now hosting a lot of different species. By the way, I have tried calling up Satana just to make sure she's, like, you know, okay. Check in with her, just, you know, mention, hey, you're blowing up a lot of planets right now, everything okay at home? But, okay, she's no longer responding to my hails, so, yeah, this is all a bit worrying. Okay, but while the universe burns around me, now I'm curious. What happens if I, like, you know, literally uplift aliens that are inside my nature preserves and being, you know, used as zoo animals right now? Oh, hang on, this is really good. So, right, they're no longer, like, you know, in the zoo or whatnot, but instead, the Genesis Preserve has become a Genesis Monument. And we've got new jobs and giant piles of bonus unity. Holy flip me, that is 25% unity from every job on this planet. As well as, you know, additional people whose job is to make unity. Well, okay, let's cooking uplift everyone in that case. Okay, I've successfully now completed, yes, elevating every single pre-sapient in the Empire, which I should have been doing all along, but whatever. And, okay. At this point on Earth 4.0, the Relic World, yeah, we've got, over 50 bio trophies, generating, okay, over 200 unity, and as a result, they're boosting the complex drone output by 50 cocking %. Oh, this is starting to get somewhere. This ball is now cocking rolling. Oh, and my whale sanctuary is now worth almost 200 physics, because why wouldn't it be? And there we go. Katana has finally finished up, and I'm sure at this point she'll now say welcome and retreat back into dark space, leaving the galaxy to me.
Those who sought to keep me from my unsuitably
Only the best.
I now return my attention where it belongs.
Please, come
to you
again.
and to our great work.
Oh, brilliant. It's finally time for the grand plan to be unveiled, and, okay, okay, I'm gonna be honest, I want to be more positive about this, but no, instead, we're either questioning her or saying we're not her children, so, okay, I'm guessing the Great Work's not actually a good thing.
My frames got better for some reason.
The end of the cycle of pain.
Oh, right, yes, the bicycle of pain. Sorry, I forgot about that. So, okay, we could attack, yes. Small outpost she's got outside of her core territory. I think that would be a bad idea. We're not provoking her. No, no, no. If we can, we're working alongside her, damn it.
My child, by now you must realize that every act of mine is deliberate. Establishing a base near you is no accident, and I come with a request.
Oh, okay. Apparently I might be the chosen one.
Long ago, a certain data bank was taken from me. By fate or by design, it has come to reside in territory you now claim as your own. Retrieve it, and you shall be rewarded.
Yes, my queen, whatever you want.
Bring it to me and make no attempt to decipher the contents. You do not yet possess the power or wisdom to do so without risk.
I am literally gonna do everything she says to see if maybe I can actually end up on her side. Because if I don't, she's just gonna kill me. Oh, and she's not kidding. It's not just in my territory, it's in my home system. Oh, I am the chosen one, that's nice. Okay, while we are completely 100% gonna be chill with the queen, like, if there's a beacon going beep 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 in my territory, going and scanning it with a side ship is not a hostile action. Okay, whatever's going on with the signal tower, it's so catastrophically ancient that, yeah, it would just disintegrate if we touched it. Fascinating. Here we flipping go. We have now got Satana's cache, and we are going to be good little robots and deliver it to her, okay? No peeking.
Dutiful child, my blessings upon you. The data bank returned, and its contents unexamined. I was right to place my faith in you. Your reward shall be the measure of your loyalty.
I really hope me and her can stay friends. This is gonna be great. Okay. Ascension theory. Alternatively, right. Basic resources is kind of terrible. I mean, none of this is great, but sure, I'll take ascension theory. So yeah, that just speeds me on my way to the final ascension. I'm gonna be honest, Satana, that was a bit of an underwhelming reward, really.
My beloved children, I present a momentous opportunity. After much effort, our great work is truly bearing fruit. But before it can ripen, I require a select few individuals to serve a higher purpose within my realm. Be wise now. Allow me to guide them towards salvation.
Oh yeah, 100%. Help yourself, my queen. We have got so many bio trophies. Like, come along, have a look-see, pick out some favorites. We have got loads of them. Though at the same time, I may have, sent my science vessels out to have a poke at the other various beacons around the galaxy, given, I'm pretty chill with everyone, so they're fine with me sending my vessels in, and, okay. An ancient cryolab where all the pods were smashed. Fascinating, not sure how that fits into everything, but fine. And as for the people we sent, right, one of them managed to get a message.
I'm gonna pause this and I'm gonna play this guide. Just because I'm doing this right now. And I want to learn.
Hello, everyone.
This whole thing right here was really good, and I wish I had my mortal file. But it's like not in there for some reason. Oh wait, no, there it is. There it is. So yeah, I wanna save this to my mortal file. Yeah, there we go. In case I ever no wait, no, go no. That was not it. That was not what I mean. I don't know. Like that's where it cued me the video that I'm already watching. I guess that which is just really weird. Anyways, yeah, no, I want this video.
Oh, I guess my mouth is dry. Wait a sec.
Loud. Okay. No, stop, no, stop. So I want you to go to YouTube. There it is. Thank you, Wolfside, for the excellent content from a stream. I've liked and sub to your channel. What?
Okay, hello everyone and welcome to this Granum tutorial. First of all, you need Granum, of course. But before we extract anything,
please make sure that you have at least learned the skills from books or something, so you don't waste so many materials. Okay, of course you need the extraction skill, you need basic ore extraction, intermediate ore extraction and advanced ore extraction. It's just depending on what you want to do, but if you only make steel or something, you don't need advanced ore extraction.
Basic or so I guess I'm done with this character for today because I wish her to get to level 70 daggers before I put a new book on her. And while I can't, well, I mean, I guess I guess I will mine a whole bunch of granum, you know. But I don't think I'm going to put a new book in her head, but I do need to do what he's saying. I have to do the minor ore extraction,
For example.
before. So I mean, I can spend a couple of days farming granum like this. I don't really see why not. Every time my mining goes up, I get a little more. It's kind of interesting, but yeah. And the reason that I need to do this is I need something called cuprum. If I'm to get cuprum, I need granum, which is this stuff. It's like granite, and cuprum is like copper, and so I need copper so I can make my lightning spell. And seeing the damage that the other spell does, I want the lightning spell too, because I bet it fucks shit up. It's expensive. You got to mine for it, to do all this refining and everything. So
That's just out the top.
so ore extraction appliances will go up when I use them, but it's like
Okay, so what you need crafting appliances, you need ore extraction appliances.
okay, crafting appliances or extraction appliances. I'm starting to enjoy how slow the game is for when you want to get there's like certain barriers, like tantalizing lightning spell is like cool. I want to be able to cast a lot of that, you know. So now I'm like, why go make, like, I don't know. I guess I'm like, why not go? Well, for one thing, if I leave town, I believe I can just sell this stuff and then buy the cuprum directly from the fucking auction house. So I guess maybe so I've been reluctant to leave Haven because nobody can attack me here. So I can just do all this stuff here and learn all these skills and everything. But the problem is I can't keep the profits. I can't keep any of the cuprum. So why even bother getting it out here? And I mean, I won't be ganked farming granum outside. I never did get ganked farming outside of town. So I mean, I can just go take this character to Faburnham, I guess. I like Faburnham. It's not a bad place. It's okay. And I'll work towards getting a house, I guess. I do like the slow grind immortal, like, but it was very, like, to do solo is very difficult. You really must cover all your bases and do all the work of getting the training done to be able to support yourself, I would say.
Of course, then hydraulic appliances, thermal appliances, again, depending on what you use. So normally you use just, for example, we do steel here, we make steel out of granite, for example, and tungsteel maybe. So you need the furnace operation, the crusher, the grinder, and the fabricola. And make sure that you always have enough pickaxe.
So, and this is her path as a mage. I didn't know, but she has a whole thing as a mage. The first thing that you encounter is that spells in your spell book require reagents that you just can't reach. You'd either have to buy them directly off the auction house, which might be the more viable way to do this, rather than, I mean, I don't know. It's like weird. I can go and make my own cuprum, and that is something I can learn to do, and I can learn all those skills, and I can spend all this time with books in my head trying to train that stuff. And that's fine. That's something I can do. It's something you can do in the game. But also, I can just buy the cuprum off the auction house and just chop trees, and that's another valid way to do it. And I don't know. I think the chopping trees route is more valid. Now, the granite piles got down to significantly less than what it was. And I now have 80 pounds of granum on me, so I'm just going to now go take it back to the bank and dump it, I guess. But I see immediately that another thing about Haven that sucks. Hey, I'm getting 60 frames finally. It seems like maybe I should re-log in with these settings, Because it seems to like these settings more. I don't know. I don't know. It's getting better frames. Is that the bank? No, that's the enchantment supplies. I wish there was a speed spell that upgraded like run speed. I think that'd be so sweet. Because the walk speed is just horrible. No, I probably won't. But I mean, like, eh. I have like 40 pounds of water, I think. Yeah, I do. And like, I don't know, that's probably dumb to carry with me too. If I carry a lot less of that in the future. What else can Spurt do? Will it put out a campfire? That kind of thing? I bet it will. Try to think of other applications to the spells and stuff. So I want to go farm Cuprum. I see a whole bunch of it up there. That's right outside. Well, here's some right here, honestly. I think. No. Too small. But those aren't. Yeah, we'll just get a whole bunch of random.
Access with you. Because right now...
I really wish Mortal wasn't on the EAC cheat engine. I wish they had their own detection.
I stopped working and I ended up...
And also, Mortal doesn't play well with others. I need, like, I don't know. I don't like the frames in Mortal here. I think they're fucking horrible. I wish they were better. I don't know. It seems to like TSR more. Yeah, I think that's like, I think that's good enough, I guess. 68 isn't bad. It seems to have been picking up frames as it goes on. I wonder if I were to relog if I would get a better frame rate.
Okay, let's talk about each produce that come out of Granum. First of all, in order to make steel or some useful materials, you extract the Granum in the crusher or in the grinder. Better use the crusher. As you can see in the yields, with the skill 100, everything 100. Just throw the Granum in the grinder if you want to get Waterstone in order to make tongue steel. Depends on what you want to do. Okay, let's talk about the tier 2 materials first. If you throw the Granum in the grinder or in the crusher, or maybe some other stuff, most useful is the crusher, for example, but the yields are in the video description, so please look it up if you want to use some other.
So if you grind it, you get flakestone, blood ore, or granum powder. If you crush, you get amaranthum.
Operations or stuff. Okay, of course, tier 2 materials, blood ore. From blood ore you make pig iron in the furnace, of course. Flagstone, you can use that right now. If you extracted it, you can use it to craft some weapons, for example. It's pretty basic, but it's good. The granum powder you can use later for vials and stuff, for potion making.
Potion making.
Not the potion itself, the containers where you throw the... Okay. And you
vials.
Amaranthum out of there. Amaranthum then can be used for further extraction for tungsteel and some other stuff. We will get to that in a second. But first of all, we will discuss the refining. For refining, the ratio is 2 to 1 to 1. So here are the recipes for refining. In order
I'm looking for cuprum in this list and I don't see it anywhere.
to make steel, you need grain steel first. So you need, of course, pig iron first, and coke and calx powder. That is if you extract calx. Okay, so first of all, we make pig iron now. Okay, now just for example, if you throw in 1 stack blood ore and 390 coke or 560 sulfur, you will get out 4000 pig iron from the furnace. So go to your region vendor and get your...
So I guess I just let somebody else who wants to craft these things sell it to me on the auction house, and I just chop granum or whatever. And I'm liking granum. Look at this, because it lasts a lot longer than trees, I think. Look at this. And you get cool stuff like lodestone, which probably sells. It does, yep, lodestone, yep.
Catalysts, for example, the sulfur.
Yeah, it is deep, but I mean, I don't know. All I want is the reagents for my fucking spells. So I guess I'll just buy Cuprum if they sell it, you know? Because they have they have the skills to do that really well. My blood sugar is low. I will have to pause for dinner here, guys. I'm terribly sorry. I will pause the video here while I eat and to the stream. I'm not going to kill the stream, but I am going to pause here while I make a sandwich. And I'm sorry, that'll take like a few minutes. Going to pause the video while I eat and then come back and finish the recording. We are 9 hours and 45 minutes in on your 14-hour flight on Skycat.live. Thank you. And it's been a beautiful flight. There won't be any more turbulence or anything today. And yeah, I hope you're having a wonderful day. I think I'm kind of done with this character for today. A lot of it is kind of overwhelming. Like you gotta learn slowly, and I learned that I still have another day before daggers are capped, and I have to get certain reagents for other spells, and I can go cast spells all night if I wanted to. But I mean, I think I'd rather play like a different game. I think at that point, I don't know. We'll see how it feels. Like right now, she's just farming, and I kind of want to let her do that. I mean, it's entertaining. Oh, you broke a. Oh, your weapon is broken. Okay, well, all right. So tab, and then. Yeah, we broke it for first pickaxe here, and nice. Random. How much do I have? I have like 50 out of 57. Okay. So if I wanted to run back to the bank really quickly, I would leave now, and I would have no impediment to my movement. Though it's really about the same. It seems about the same, even if you overlog by like 20 pounds. It seems about the same speed, really. Is the other end of the town? I think the other end of the town has a banker that's easier to get to. I don't know. Yeah, like, no, I think this one's faster. This is faster. Yeah, this is better than the other end of town, yeah. So, yeah, we'll just drop this fucking random pile. Now that's probably more than I want to carry. Yeah, I didn't think about that aspect of it. We'll take the slow walk outside to the crusher. And I'll see if I can get amaranthine or whatever he's talking about here. It's like this thing, so amaranthum. So if I crush, I will get amaranthum. And then I don't know how you get cuprum, but
Gets
yeah.
patched out, no problem. You can use the coke. You can use many other catalysts too. The link is in the description. There's also some hidden ones where nearly no one discovered, like the sulfur, for example. But right now everyone knows it now. Okay. Let's move on. Search for a furnace and throw in your blood ore and your catalyst. And watch
Blood ore and catalyst.
Going up. Okay, let's look at this. And what we got out there. And we have our pig iron. Nice. You can make grain steel out of that with coke and calx powder from the refining. Check the refining section a few minutes before, if you skipped. Okay, let's continue with the amaranthum extraction. So in order to get more waterstone, if you want to make tungsteel or something, you need more amaranthum. And you get more amaranthum if you throw your granum in the grinder. That's what I mentioned before.
Oh, more amaranthum in the grinder. Okay, more amaranthum in the grinder. Okay, so I'm going to get more amaranthum from the grinder, and I'm going to do this without skills, which is probably unwise. But I mean, I don't know. Like, I think you just learn from doing it, and I don't really think that's a bad method. I'll have to go buy all the books, and I could do that here. I guess she's got to sit here for several weeks. It's the slowest game I've ever played, maybe. It's just as slower than EVE Online. It takes a long time to get anything done. Extraction crusher, extraction grinder. So we're going to go to the grinder. We're going to put in a granum pile.
Throw it in the crusher again, not in the furnace. If you throw it in the furnace, you get more electrum. If you extract
okay, wait, what?
If you throw it in the furnace,
Okay,
that's
so
what I mentioned before. And if you want to extract more waterstone out of Amaranthum, you throw it in the crusher again, not in the furnace. If you throw it in the furnace, you get more electrum. If you extract the waterstone further, you need a fabricola bench, like this one.
Cuprum to... I don't know, let's just try it, fuck it. Grinder operation increased to 0. And I got 1144 granum powder and 10 flake stone. So let's grind the powder, I guess. Extraction. Oh yeah, no, that won't work, huh? Okay. And I see that, wow, it's even get it like anything, like...
And you get your catalyst, for example, the fuming salt. Calculate.
Okay, anyways, I'm gonna pause this video now, guys, so I can make something to eat. It's hard for me to focus because I'm kind of hungry and I haven't eaten today. I'm gonna pause it. I forgot to unpause the video. Sorry, guys. There we go.
Instead of giving a single example, just one example of it happening, he says, check the comments during a live interview about a topic that this allegedly brilliant thought genius thinks and posts about all fucking day. What is it with these guys who talk and care so much about shit they cannot talk about? He does this same vague but aggressive wish-wash elsewhere in the interview about how the Democrats are purposely bringing in tens of thousands of illegal immigrants so that they can get more seats in the House of Representatives via the census and also get them to illegally vote for them, thus eventually forming a one-party state, the Democrat states of Hellmerica. This conspiracy...
I didn't call it a conspiracy. I just said that there's a simple matter of incentives. You don't need a conspiracy when you have basic incentives. In my view, there's a basic incentive that is fundamental that for the Democrat Party to foster and usher in a large number of illegals. And
what?
You don't need a conspiracy in that case because you have a very basic incentive. You could say,
wait, he killed my sheep like pretty much instantly.
I'm not buying into. I didn't. Buying some great replacement theory. I'm simply saying there appears to be a very clear incentive for Democrats to maximize the number of illegals because it helps them win elections.
So an incentive is what leads to a motivation.
He's been brain... I unpaused this video twice now, and OBS just didn't get the fucking command. I'm so sorry, guys. I lost 4 hours today. Oh, yeah. No, 3 hours. I lost 3 hours. I lost 2 hours and 57 minutes because OBS lied to me about unpausing the recording.
Because of wokeness?
I'm sorry. Just, you know, whatever.
Hollywood? I mean, benefit of the doubt, maybe.
No. Wokeness does not come from leftists or Hollywood. It comes from the third party. There's only like 2.6% of us represent the vote. I am woke. I resent the Democrats even implying that they are. They aren't. They'll still back a fucking pro-drug war government. They'll still back off of them. Trust me, those fucking Democrats talking about how proud they are to be woke or whatever, they don't even know what the fuck it is. They don't know what it is. And trust me, I know where woke came from. It's us. I created this. Like, I helped create this. It's the idea that when you wake up one morning and you realize that neither a Republican or Democratic Party member has helped you in your 20 to 40 years of life, and that is not even really a functioning government anymore, and you wake up and you're like, oh no, we're in the Matrix and everything in the government is a construct and it's like run by aliens. And, like, who cares if they are aliens? Because none of it's real anyways. They don't help us. They're not real. They don't have our interests at heart. So, I mean, there's just conjecture at this point, you know? So we make up crazy stuff like that there's aliens running it. Because that's the only thing that would explain why our government doesn't care if we live or die. You understand? And that's why I spin lies about Pantathian serpent men and QAnon controlling our fucking government and shit like that, right? I spin these lies, and I'll tell you why. Because the only excuse that I can come up with as to why the government doesn't give two shits if its citizens lives or dies in the streets is that Pantathian serpent men have taken over our government. And I love spinning lies like that, because what else would explain it? But what else would explain the betrayal? It's aliens. What else would explain your betrayal to us? It's greed. We all know it's greed. We all know it's greed and clout. We know why you did what you did. It's power and money. But nobody really wants to say that. It's just so mean to you, calling you a thief and a power-hungry tyrant, shitheads and fascists and stuff, right? Nobody wants to call you that. That's unpleasant. So we just call you aliens or Pantathian serpentmen or any other crazy fucking plausible reason as to why I fear my government. They must be aliens. They must be blood serpents. They must be, they must be like crab people, right? South Park said they were crab people. I think that's a pretty good example, They're like alien crab people, Trump and Biden, And if you support them, fuck you, fuck them, and fuck anybody else who walks with them. Fuck anybody who rolls with them. You know what I'm saying? Fuck those serpent men or whatever the fuck explains why they aren't our friends, I want to say it's aliens. I want to say they're alien serpent men because I can't come up with a reason why they treat us the way that they do. So I'll say it's aliens. I'll say JFK was killed by aliens because, why else would JFK be killed? Why would our own government kill JFK? Why would our own government commit 9/11? I guess it must be aliens. What else would explain it? There's just aliens who don't like humans and want us all to die, want Western civilization to fall, or whatever weird, crazy fucking neurolinguistics that you're hitting me with right here. The people want the Western civilization to fall or something like that. Yeah. I think the alien serpent men do want the human civilization to fall. That's the only explanation that I can come up with as to why I fear my government. It's the only valid one. I have some sympathy to the truthers that believe in aliens and shit like that, right? I don't, but I have some sympathy to it because what else would explain the fucking shithead fucking treatment from my own government for the last 30 years? War on drugs and Afghanistan and 9/11 and COVID and shit. The aliens must run the government, I guess.
He doesn't offer one. You might notice that I mentioned
and I don't believe that aliens run the government, but I'll fucking say it because it's a valid reason for why the betrayal happened. It's a more valid reason than greed and power. You fucked us over greed and power. You can have all our money. You're the government. Why did you fuck us for greed and power for 60 years? You can have all our money. We trust you. I don't understand that. Why don't you just tell us what you do? What are the lies necessary? The betrayal and all this stuff? I don't know, man. What happened with 9/11? I'm not really ever going to trust you again until you tell me. It's like when, you go into the kitchen and you're a parent and George Bush kills 3,000 citizens of his own citizens in a false flag scenario, and the cookie's gone from the cookie jar. And you get to the cookie jar and it's been cracked and the cookie jar has fallen over, and you know that the cookie jar was blown up. It wasn't crashed into, it was imploded, And you're like, oh no, the cookie jar indicates that you smashed that motherfucker and took a cookie. And George Bush is like, no, tee-hee, potato, or whatever. And I'm reading to a kindergarten school, and I just learned that 9/11 happened. Yeah. And I think it must be aliens. It must be the blood moon. Must be all the chemicals in the water making the frogs gay, or whatever Alex Jones says about Sandy Hook or whatever. Must be all that shit, right? Because what the fuck else would explain the betrayal that is the American government? you know? And I have some sympathy to the people who think stuff like that. I do. I don't think the same thing, but I have some sympathy to them making that assumption, because it is sort of like a fair one to make. What would cause you to act like this? What would cause you to persecute so many of your own citizens with a war on drugs? What would cause you to condemn us to that war in Vietnam? Why would Kosovo happen? Why did you repeal Glass-Steagall? Why did why did Michael Jackson have to go die? Why are all of our pop idols dead? Why are all of my heroes dead from heroin? Why did COINTELPRO and MK Ultra happen? Why is JFK dead? Why is MLK dead? Why did Coretta sue the government and win? What is going the fuck on? And I know it sounds like a truther, because it is. But my problem is what would explain all that? Aliens kind of sound like maybe that it could be, and it's not. But what would explain all of that betrayal? Why did you kill John Lennon? Why did you kill John Lennon in New York City, American government? I don't have a name for you. Why did you do that? Why did you kill John Lennon? I'm never really going to trust you or like you ever again. You killed John Lennon. What the fuck is wrong with you? Assholes like you kill Gandhi. Assholes like you kill Martin Luther King. I don't trust you or any of the fucks that roll with you or anybody in that government. Fuck them. Bunch of CIA assassin bullshit ass spook motherfuckers trying to push some weird rich white agenda to destroy the fucking world with corporations or whatever. And I know you don't want to hear it because it sounds like I'm betraying you. But no, I'm talking about the betrayal of me. And I am speaking the truth. Not about the aliens or any of that shit, but definitely about 9/11. And I don't know, man. Would you call that woke? I would call it kind of asleep. It's like I'm dead to the fucking... You're dead. The world's dead to me now. I wouldn't call it woke. It's more like the world's fucking dead asleep to me now. Because y'all done backstabbed us for 40 years with that fucking drug war, put all my friends in fucking jail, done fucked us forever, and marched Elian Gonzalez out in front of M16s and shit like this. All this other fucking problems and stuff. And it's not too down with you anymore, I like you. I think you're my fellow humans. I think you're my fellow Americans. You run my government. Thank you for all the assistance. I don't want to bite the hand that feeds. I'm taking help from you right now, so I gotta say thank you. But what do you do to earn my trust back? I think you abdicate the throne. And you open up 5 or 6 political parties and admit that a two-party system isn't working anymore. You destroy that electoral college. You hook up the cell phones. And you run a fucking popular vote. Have a block captain track the popular vote on the cell phone physically. Something. But run a cell phone vote. I think you're going to fucking be surprised. Pretty surprised. I think your approval ratings are in the toilet. And I think you've been lying to yourself for 60 fucking years about your betrayal of us. And I don't know. I think you betrayed us with Vietnam. I think you betrayed us with Judy Berry. I think you betrayed Greenpeace. I think you betrayed, I think the CIA is a rogue syndicate. I think the IRS is a rogue syndicate. I think I think you assassinated John Lennon. I think you assassinated Malcolm X. I think you assassinated Martin Luther King. I think you brought heroin to the streets with the intention of making a bunch of Americans die. I think you brought fentanyl to the streets with a bunch of intentions of making Americans die. I think you brought a whole bunch of crack to the streets with the intentions of making like Americans die. I think you get us mired up in wars overseas because it affects your bottom market. I think it affects your pocket personally as our leadership. I think you profit off of our wars. I swear to God, there's some kind of private thing going on in the background. You guys are kibitzing in the background with the businessmen, and I really suspect some insider deep political trading on a world global level, because the only people that seem to ever win anymore are the fucking rich conglomerates. That's it.
Specifically, and not just...
That's an insider game. I know fixed games when I see them. I'm one of the best gamers in goddamn history. I don't care what you think. I know it to be true. It just is. And like, I'm one of the best gamers in history, and I know a fixed game when I fucking see one. You guys are kibitzing with these Elons. You are. You're kibitzing with them. You know what that word is? It's a word I used to use in chess club when someone comes along that's watching your game and tells you what move to make. Right? That's the word. It's kibitz. It's like a Russian word for cheating, essentially, I think, or something like. What does kibitz mean? Is kibitz a word? Like, I don't know. Is kibitz a word? Because what does it mean? The verb is often used in the context of games. If you're not playing poker, but you keep whispering advice to your friend and peeking at his cards, you kibitz, right? The word comes from the Yiddish kibitzen, to offer gratuitous advice as an outsider, right? The government kibitz with Elon and our Zucks and our Gates. And this is the betrayal. And the only reason I can come up with why you ever would have acted like this is because either you're crooked like them, or you're just an alien. You're like an alien. You're an alien and you don't like humans because, or you're a Russian and you don't like Americans or something. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's running our government, but I don't believe they like Americans or want us to survive. I don't think so. And so kibitzing is the word. It literally is the word. It's kibitz. It means to offer gratuitous advice to an outsider. It means that the governments go every time the government learns something every time Palantir learns something with promise, right? Every time Palantir learns something with promise, or the Prism Project, I guess is what you would know it as, the Prism Project, right? Every time that the NSA or the CIA steals some information with the Prism Project, right? Like that is kibitzing. And, there's a Netflix documentary right now about this called The Octopus Murders, about how Danny Bandolero, something like that. The Octopus Murders, right? I never expected to hear the truth of why they're doing all this, right? But like in the 1980s, maybe the Wikipedia would probably be the best. Danny Casolaro, right? Danny Casolaro was a freelance writer who came to public attention in 1991 when he was found dead in a bathtub in room 517, exactly like these Boeing executives are ending up dead. And he was exposing the government for having stolen the Promise program from a company called, what is it? That's called Promise. Was the name of the program. It's called Promise, right? It's the Prosecutors Management Information System. And so the government wanted this when they figured out that this actually was Prism. If you can connect everybody's information, you can pretty much track the entire world. And you've seen versions of Promise in modern media. The most popular one would have been at the end of The Dark Knight when he's looking at all those cell phones on the screen. That's Promise. It was originally just it was originally a program made by a company called Inslaw, and it was stolen by the U.S. government. And I'm not kidding about this. See, Hamilton alleged that the government had stolen Promise and had distributed it illegally, and they did too. They sold it to all the world governments, and that's how they made enough money to keep the CIA alive when they knew that we don't like them, and all this other stuff. They've been selling Promise or some version of Prism since they essentially downloaded it from Facebook in 2010 to all the world governments, just like Palantir has been selling Palantir to all the world governments. And as a result of this dispute, Hamilton and the department have been in litigation since 1983. They've been at it since this court case has never been resolved, and they've overturned an appeal in 91. But at any given time, if new evidence were to arrive, they have the right to open a new appeal even after 1983. And since 1983, they've been after the government for stealing the Promise program from Inslaw. And it sounds like a bunch of truther shit, but it's not. This is stuff that was on on CNN. You'll see it if you watch the documentary called The Octopus Murders and stuff. All of this was on CNN and Fox and all these other fucking, like this was all stuff in the news. This is not stuff that some truther's saying about 9/11. This was stuff that was convicted in court. You know, I mean, all this stuff is a matter of record. It's a matter of law. And now, but the only thing that is a record is there's an accusation now that the Justice Department stole Promise from Inslaw and ruined a poor nerd's life. His name was something Lawrence or something. I forget the name of the nerd that they stole the program from. But he was trying to help America. He felt that there was a real injustice, travesty going on in injustice, where like often the same criminal that was guilty of a court case that was unresolved was being prosecuted down the hall for some other crime that they committed, and they learned in the 80s that if they could track what everybody's criminal records was and cross-reference them, they could learn everything they needed to know about the human race for some reason. Promise is like Prism. It's like everybody's like details for all of their lives. It's like your permanent record essentially. And so Promise basically is the cross-reference of everybody's permanent record. This exists and it is real and it was public. Many people have worked with it. It's not some truther thing. Like this is a program that existed. You can see it. There's many internet videos of what Promise was, and it's not some lie. It really was existed. But the government was bankrupt in the 80s and they couldn't afford to pay Inslaw for their $1 billion program that was going to allow them to essentially spy on the entire world. And so they stole it. They put Inslaw out of business. They stole Promise. They just had industrial spies steal Promise, and they distributed it illegally for billions of dollars to all the other world's governments so they could spy on American citizens. And the world's governments did this. China, Russia. This is all matter of fact. This is all, Promise was designed to organize the paperwork generated by law enforcement in the courts. After he left the Justice Department, Hamilton alleged that the government had stolen Promise and had distributed it illegally, robbing him of millions of dollars. The department denied this, insisting that they owned it because Hamilton had developed it while working for them. As a result of this dispute, Hamilton and the department have been in litigation since 1983, which means that like a big corporate conglomerate that ran court software sued the government for 17 years, and they dragged the court case out 17 years because the government couldn't afford to lose it. They would have lost the Justice Department and probably all the crooked people that run the government because they're all complicit with this. And this is one of the examples of why I don't trust the government, right? Is aliens experience, alien conspiracy theories would explain these actions. I don't know why Americans treated Americans like this. This is far more of a traitorism than anything in January 6th. You know what I'm saying? So the department denied it and still denies it, but I mean, it is true, and everybody in the scene and all the media and all the companies and everybody involved are all like, yeah, Danny was right. The government stole Promise. Everybody, even the most shocking thing was the district attorney, the U.S. district attorney, not the ADA, but the AG, the actual attorney general went to bat for this guy who worked for Inslaw, and he said on CNN, he was like, no, the government stole this program from this poor Inslaw guy, and I don't know why the prosecution hasn't happened, and I don't trust my government, and I'm the attorney general. I'm not kidding. Michael, there's all this other stuff. A theory was developed around the case with allegations that backdoors have been inserted into the software so that whoever bought a copy of it from the Justice Department could be spied upon. And this is true too. They call it, you might have heard it before, it's called Operation EvE. It's these cables that connect all the world governments under the water, under the oceans. And that does exist, except there's been backdoors installed. Johnny Harris just did a video about it this year. There's been backdoors installed in Operation EvE since 1980s. And if you think I'm lying about this, I'm not lying about any of this. All of this is matter of court fact. It's not some truther's fantasy. This is all stuff recognized in a court of law. Operation EvE was real. This I'm not talking about a fucking band. It's the A series of American nuclear tests coming after Tumblr Snapper. And the theory is the reason that they were messing with this is they were trying to blow trenches. This is a truther fucking thing, but they were trying to blow trenches in the fucking Marianas Trench under the ocean so they could run cables between all the world's governments. And they did this. And so that was originally, I think, what they wanted to do with the nuclear bomb, believe it or not. It wasn't to kill Hiroshima or end wars, not originally. Their original intention for the nuclear bomb was to blow holes in the Marianas Trench so they could run cables to connect all the world's countries so that we could have an infrastructure that could never be changed or corrupted or, you know, and this was Operation Ivy, and this led on to a whole bunch of other crazy fucking, like, you know, conspiracy theories about connecting all of our world governments by cables under the water, and then installing back doors to all the cables under the water and spying on all the world's governments. And this is what the truthers do think. I mean, this isn't my theory. This is what the truthers think. I don't think I agree, but I do believe that the cables exist. I do believe they exist. I've seen them. I've seen those cables. They exist. I've seen them I haven't gone to the bottom of the ocean, but I've seen the footage of the cables. They exist. The cables definitely exist. They're there. So, you know, and so, anyways, it just goes on, and you begin to see that everyone in the government is complicit. And the problem is that they're a rogue syndicate now, and they couldn't act in ways that made them the money to operate as the rogue syndicate. And so we started tracking what they were doing with that, and that's why we had stuff with like the 80s and Gordon Gekko and all of the insider trading. That's why we had the bank crisis in 2008. Every time that one of the lobbies needs to be bailed out, the corrupt syndicate bails them out against the public's wishes, and in return the rogue syndicate takes money from the bank crisis people, from the demon bankers, so they can continue to be a rogue syndicate and operate outside the jurisdiction of the American public. And all of this stuff is true. I mean, this is all stuff like acknowledged in court. Like this isn't stuff that, you know, that I'm making up. You know, this is stuff that Reagan admitted on camera. You know what I'm saying? This is not, you know, well, I mean, he denied it on camera, but I mean, like this isn't some truther's theory about all this. Reagan had to go on television and deny involvement in this because it was real. You know, Rikushinato also claimed in March 21st, 1991, an affidavit submitted to the court in the Inslaw case that he had modified Inslaw's software at the Justice Department's behest. Now, this is an American terrified of his own government who whistleblew and informed the entire world that the Justice Department were acting as a rogue syndicate. And if you don't believe me, go watch the Octopus Murders on Netflix, and you can watch the footage of these people talking about this on CNN. Like, this is some truther's fantasy. This was stuff that the American public knew about. Now, and so there were all these other crazy truther allegations that were made. These modifications allegedly took place at the Cabazon Indian Reservation near Indio, California, because the reservation was sovereign territory where enforcement of U.S. law was sometimes problematic. Rikushinato further claimed that he had worked on weapons programs there for the Wackenhut Corporation, such as a powerful fuel-air explosive. So Rikushinato was arrested for distributing methamphetamine and methadone, charges that he said were a setup to keep him from telling his story. And so Castellero arranged to meet the original maker of the promised program, Bill Hamilton. Hamilton gave Castellero a 12-page memo of Rikushinato. And so all of this stuff, Danny Castellero brought all this to the Washington Journal, I believe. And so they fucking killed him. And that's where the truther stuff starts. They fucking killed him like they've been killing these poor Boeing whistleblowers. And so there was a police investigation. They came up with nothing, and they were like, what the fuck happened here? This guy was a beloved member of our community. He had this huge family. He had all these friends, and he was not unhappy, and he wasn't a drunk, and he wasn't like, you know, he wasn't on drugs. He wasn't like that. And, you know, and suspicions of homicide were presented on the show Unsolved Mysteries in 1993. Unsolved Mysteries made the allegation that he had been murdered. I mean, you know, it's like, I mean, this is stuff that a lot of people people knew about. I had no idea until I saw the Netflix documentary. And so it all connects when you wonder why the government is acting not in our best interests and are actively working against us now and are like a rogue syndicate and that we should fear them. You wonder why that is? It's because they engaged in a lie back in the 80s that forced them to continue a lie that eventually led to Palantir and Pegasus. Pegasus is the name of the program now. And so this Pegasus program that all the black hats are using to hack cell phones and all that, that's what Promise is. Promise is the most powerful program ever made by mankind. It is not an AI. It is just a court software reference program designed to keep America from being overrun by criminals by tracking them with each other, right? And it ended up being the Prison Project, and now it's like the dossier on the entire world, and every world government has it, and every world government blackmails each other all the fucking time, and that's why we have, Jeffrey Epstein and Billy Gates and all this other stuff, right? One of the ways that they learn, so every time that one of the fucky CIA people runs some op with a new idea, like getting a foreign politician to sleep with a teenage hooker, getting pictures of it, and then bribing or extorting or blackmailing that foreign politician into ending or beginning a war, right? Every time they do that, the Prison Project tells the entire world's governments, all of them, I'm talking all of them have this, every world government hears through the Prison Project that blackmail trick. And they hear about what happened to the politician and what trick was played, and that they themselves use that trick on other foreign politicians. Our politicians have been co-opted by foreign interests, and they all have blackmails due to teenage or underage hookers. It's worse if it's underage, but it's often teenage hookers and cocaine and stuff like that, right? And so once they've got the politician by the balls from the teenage hooker and the blow, they can make the politicians shut down military bases. You always wonder why military bases shut down in your town, against the public's wishes. You always wonder why cricket cops, you wonder why priests that the diddle children get moved around the parish instead of fired or whatever. It's because of these people that they use that information, and so they realize that they've got a Chomo priest, right? And they go and they use the Chomo priest to enslave somebody like Bill Gates. Or they use somebody like Jeffrey to enslave Bill Gates and turn him into. So if you don't believe me, okay, look at Microsoft for military, right? The crooked cabal that runs our government wanted Microsoft for military. But they didn't want to pay for it. They've been broke for 30 fucking years. They don't make any money. They don't do anything except produce weapons. That's all they do. They make weapons, right? So I'm fairly sure our U.S. government extorted Billy Gates to give them a free copy of Windows for their military. I'm fairly sure. Because I've never known any corpo man to do anything, for free. And it started out as free, but then it turned into money pretty fast. And now Billy Gates is synonymous with our military. He is our military. Microsoft is our military. They run our military. Microsoft they're not the troops, but they run our military. The military is run on Microsoft for military, which is not good. And so that's an example of them getting in the pockets of everybody. They need what he has. They need what Palantir has. They need what, Blackgate has and all these PMC companies. They need security like PMCs offer, and they need information like the spies sell. They need Bitcoin to trade for it. They need all this stuff. So their entire fucking operation of our government is essentially one of extortion, obfuscation, lobby corruption, bribery, child molestation, which is how we got QAnon, because I mean there is actually an element of child molestation in all of this, and it's not the QAnon thing. It's just that the average leverage that a spy uses on a politician is underage sex, which is how we got Jeffrey Epstein. That's how we got Ghislaine Maxwell. That's how we got Epstein's murderer. The average leverage for a politician, you almost can't push a politician into doing anything unless you have them doing something godless, right? And there's not too much left in this world that's godless. I think it's even okay for Hillary to kill people. You know what I'm saying? I think it's even not even considered godless to kill people anymore, or Hillary would have been taken to task. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that she killed somebody. I'm saying that her regime is responsible for deaths, just like most political families. So just understand, nobody's perfect out here. So like, and I'm not saying that we need to. I'm not saying lock her up like the crazy alt-right wing or whatever, or Trump or any of that. I'm saying that the longer we go without prosecuting corrupt people for stuff like 9/11, the less likely we will heal, and the more damaged we become, and the more dysfunctional and crazy, and the more school shootings we'll have. We have to heal, and until Danny gets his conviction. Danny was after them. Danny Casolaro had them by the nuts, so they murdered him. They straight up murdered him. They fucking straight killed him. You can go watch the Netflix documentary and you'll see all of his family, all of the press on both sides, CNN and Fox, being like, yeah, they killed him. They killed him. You'll see CNN and Fox being like, yeah, they killed him, you know? And it's fucked up. And just like these Boeing whistleblowers, they killed him, you know? And so, and the reason that they do all this, we always thought it was because they were aliens, or, you know, like Pantathian serpent men or something like that, right? Had taken over our government, like some kind of, Dungeons and Dragons plot that everybody's trying to turn everything into zombies or something, right? But I mean, really what it actually is they told a bad lie back in 1983 or whatever it was, and they stole a program from an honest man, and they set down the dark path, and I mean this, I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it. They set down the dark path full of lies, and they lied to the judges, and they lied to the politicians, and they lied to the press, and they lied to the American public, and they stole, and they spied, and they set up spy rings, and they extorted people, and world governments and politicians created things like COINTELPRO and MK Ultra and all this, and just, acted generally like really bad men, you know? And we know that they didn't go looking to become what they are now. They just started lying, and then they couldn't stop. And that's the problem now. If they were just to tell us the truth, I don't think I would even want a prosecution. And I mean this. I'm sure Danny wanted a prosecution. I'm sure he did. But I don't. I don't want a prosecution. I don't want these people to suffer for being greedy, because I think that's a very human thing. You know what I'm saying? To want greed and power. I think it's like if you put politicians around a bunch of money and power, I think they're going to act like children, and they're going to do stuff like COINTELPRO and MK Ultra and fucking stealing promise. I think they're just going to act like general children. I think if you put a bunch of money around people, they act like children, and all their morals go flying out the fucking window. Money's not inherently bad, but the things that people do for it is sometimes. And so, so now my thing is I don't want to prosecute anybody in Danny's case. I don't want our government to go away. I don't want our politicians to go away. I want them to tell the truth so that I can trust them again. And I think, and honestly, I think they think that we can't accept greed and clout as reasons for them to do this. But I think actually it's a fairly understandable thing. When you're a politician around that much power and that much money, I think it corrupts. One thing that I think is true is that old cliche about absolute power corrupts absolutely, or whatever, right? And so I think it's a very human thing for these politicians to act how they did and steal promise and do the things that they did and start a big old web of lies that spun them out of control. Now 35 years have passed and they can't keep the lies straight anymore, and they've been lying and committing wars without our permission and dropping bombs without our permission and all this other shit, right? And they're scared to death that we're gonna call for their fucking hanging, I think. But no, I just want their honesty, and I want them to fess up like the little child who broke into the cookie jar. I don't want to chop off the child's head. I want to say, yeah, you were a greedy little child who stole the cookie from the cookie jar, and I want you to admit that you stole it, and I want you to come right before God and Daddy and everybody and admit what you did, and admit that you were, that absolute power corrupts, and that's what happened to you, and then stop stealing and stop doing promise and stop stealing Zuck's information and using it against us and all this other shit, and admit that you did all this, and maybe we can heal, and you could even maybe retain your power. But the longer you fucking lie, the more I hate everybody, and I think that they're all with you. I think that the racists are with you. I think the alt-right is with you. I think the Nazis are with you. I think the warmongers are with you. I think the CEOs are with you. I think the demon bankers are with you. I think the demon banker Bitcoin Chomo currency people are with you. I think the fucking bank collapse was your problem, your fault. I think 9/11 was your problem, your fault. I think Vietnam was your problem, your fault. I think, I think all the bad people of the world pretty much work in cahoots with you. I do believe this. Fundamentally, I've always believed it since like 2001, something like that. It's not changed. Nothing has changed. And honestly, I don't want to chop off your head or your hands or your legs, like I've said before. I don't want to do that to you. I'm not a violent man. I want you to fess up like the little naughty child that you've been. Say penance in front of the class, and I will promise you fucking immunity if you just fess up what you did, so we know what you did and we can recover from it. The longer it's a goddamn mystery, then you know how this works. When you victimize somebody and the victim's family has to live on in mystery, you know how bad that is for them. You guys rape children all the fucking time. You know how bad that is when they live in mystery for 20 to 50 or dear God forbid, their whole lives. And you know that none of the American men can handle what you did. They can't handle stomaching the lie. They can't handle that you got away with it. And honestly, I think you should confess now, and you should admit if there's aliens. You should just I want full disclosure from my government now. I don't think secrets are something that I think you should be allowed to have anymore. I don't think any of your emails should be locked. I think this skycat.live should be able to log on to the IRS.gov and read my fucking tax accountant from the IRS's emails. I want full disclosure from my government. You've been stealing and acting like a fucking criminal for so fucking long, since before Nixon. Like, I told my stepfather the other day, they'll never do anything about any of this. You want to know why? Because 73 years have passed since the JFK murder, and they didn't do shit. They didn't lift a single fucking finger in 73 years to get any closure for that fucking debacle, at all. They didn't lift a finger. Like, eventually Coretta had to sue them for MLK, and she won. They admitted that they just basically killed him. I'm serious about that. Go Google it. I don't know why they're like this. I don't want them like this anymore. And I don't want to lose them either, because I think somewhere in there is talented people who have run our government for 50 years. And they've been corrupted by absolute power and money. And then do nothing Congress. I need them to confess. I need them to understand what they did with promise. I need to know how many of them are deep with that. And I don't want prosecutions. I want them to fucking confess. Like, I don't okay. At the end of the priest confessional in the Catholic Church, when he says, confess your sins and you shall be absolved, does the fucking priest chop off your fucking head when you admit that you raped some child? No, he doesn't. He says, well, God forgives you. He shouldn't, but he does. And say reparations, and you owe the community a great deal, and I will hold you to it, and you will work every Sunday in the parish, and you will never go around children ever again, and all this stuff. And trust me, that's how true forgiveness actually works. It's not what these fucking criminals think it is. They think they're going to be prosecuted into hell, and they're going to be murdered in jail or something like Jeffrey. But I want to offer them fucking, I want the truth from them more than I want their heads. I want the truth from them more than I want the head. I want the truth from them more than way more than I want their heads. You know what I'm saying? So they're like, they can go on running our government into the fucking ground. It's obvious that they're going to do that anyways. I don't want to take that away from them, but I want their goddamn truth. I want their truth. They've been hiding it too long. I don't trust them anymore. I don't trust them to take my taxes. I don't want to pay them taxes. I don't trust them with it. I don't, I do. I pay my taxes. I do. But I mean, like, I don't trust them with it. I don't trust what they do. I don't trust what they do with the money. money. I don't trust what they spend it on. I know they're buying secrets from Palantir. I didn't give them permission to do that. I know that they're, like I want them to ask permission before they do this stuff. I want them to ask permission before they drop the nuclear bomb, or I'm scared they'll do that again and they'll get me tied up in some fucking world war that I didn't agree to, and all this other stuff, like what happened to my grandfather, And so, I'm calling you guys on this shit. I mean, I swear to God, like, I'm kind of sick of it. I'm sick of it. Come kill me too. I'm not saying anything that, that isn't on fucking Wikipedia. I'm reading from Wikipedia. This isn't stuff that I'm making up, you know what I'm saying? And so now, like, I look back and I'm like, well, yeah, the government's been co-opted and they're in bed with the lobby, which is the rich white conglomerates of the world. And I can't have that unholy union. This is why we have unions, is to prevent unholy unions between the mafia and our fucking politicians.
Yes.
Or, God forbid, worse, which is what's happened. Our mafia, our politicians become the mafia.
You love hearing about it. You can't stop.
I don't love hearing about this shit. I don't love these people. I say fuck them, reform them. I want some of that reform, you know what I'm saying, for my constituency. I don't trust your electoral fucking rich white vote. I don't trust your fucking rich white fucking corporations. I don't trust your lobby. I don't trust your government.
Stop not shutting
I call it your government because it's not my government. You know what I'm saying?
About loving hearing about it. It's the woke mind virus.
Yeah, the woke mind virus. Yeah. Clap, 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 clap. Yeah, this is such a mind virus. Understanding, quite truthfully, that your government does not have your interests at heart at all.
Clap, 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 clap.
Yeah, that's a mind virus, all right. Yep. Once you know it, you can't go back. You woke up. Sorry. This was a good session. Got a lot done. It's sweet.
Clap, clap. But what is WMV? I've heard woke on its own before, as well as the word mind and virus and the
It is a mind virus. It infects your fucking mind. When you understand that the government doesn't have any of your interests at heart at all, they're essentially the same thing as a corporation. They would not piss on you to put if you were on fire to put you out. They don't care. They don't care about what happens to you. They don't care what wars you go to. They don't care if you die for your country. They don't care. And when you understand that, you wake up and you can't go back. And it is a mind virus. It infects you, and you begin to tell everybody else the same thing. And eventually, you're part of the 3% of the vote that is not represented, that means nothing at all. You're the 3% of the vote. You're the third party. You're independent, right? You are woke. You woke up one day and you weren't a Republican or a Democrat anymore. And that's what woke actually means.
phrase mind virus. But
And like, now the Democrats want to tell you that it means being liberal, but no. You'd be surprised how often a woke person will be like, I love guns. I just did.
It means them when their powers combine.
I mean, you have talked about this woke.
I despise abortion or whatever. You'd be surprised how often a woke person will say something like that just doesn't conform with your fucking idea of what a leftist or a Democrat is at all. You know what I'm saying? So just, like what you think is woke is actually the 3% of the not represented vote. They call it the third party. The third party is woke. Those Democrats are not woke. They support the DEA. They support the FBI. They support the CIA. They support the NSA and the SS. These are people who believe in establishment. They are not woke. They go to bed at night in their prison industrial nightmare that they haven't woken up to yet. And all their kids are in jail and they haven't woken up to it yet. Trust me, they haven't. And so, until they do, understand the Democrats are not woke. Woke is when you understand that the government doesn't care about you.
Mind virus.
Yes.
In really apocalyptic terms.
Yeah, it's when it's the apocalypse essentially. When the people that you pay taxes to your entire life to take care of you doesn't care.
You should explain why you don't think it's hyperbole.
I don't think it's hyperbole. I don't think it's hyperbole. I think he shares a lot of my beliefs, and it's weird because I think he's woke. I think he is, because it's like, he knows, just like I know, that this government does not have my interests at heart at all. He knows. They all know it. This guy's woke. And so is Elon Musk. Elon Musk is woke whether he wants to admit it or not, because he knows that this government will actively work against him at every single fucking step of his entire life. He knows. He's not dumb.
The woke mind virus.
And so he calls it the woke mind virus because he's too dumb to understand. He's too dumb to understand what the truth is. He's an actor.
And if we don't deal with this, nothing else can get done. Tell me why you think that.
I think we need to be very cautious about anything that is anti-meritocratic.
Yeah, if you speak out against the meritocracy, they will use their lawyers to destroy you.
And anything that is that results in the suppression of free speech.
Yeah, great. Spoken like a politician.
Of the work virus that I think are very dangerous is that it's often anti-meritocratic. You can't.
Yeah, it's very dangerous to be anti-goddamn corporation. It's funny, he actually does know what woke is. Most of the world doesn't, I would say. I would say he has a very clear conception of what it is. It's me. It's the people who are not represented, who despise their own government because they betrayed us, And he's not stupid, he knows who they are.
You can't question things.
Yeah, no, I can't question things. They're traitors. They're worthless to me. Why would I question them? Or anything about that. I've seen the jail time and the persecution. I know what they committed. I've seen the crimes firsthand. I've seen an entire generation hurt by the cold. I know exactly what the fucks they've done. And no, I don't fuck with them. I don't fuck with them. I don't trust them. I don't deal with them.
Even the questioning is bad.
Well, I deal with them when I'm forced to, but I don't deal with them voluntarily.
Almost synonymous would be cancel culture, and obviously people have tried to cancel you many times.
Many times.
Yeah, I mean,
every week.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm cancel culture. I'll tell you right now, if you say something racist, you're fucking dead to me. If you act racist, you're fucking dead to me. If you act sexist, you're dead to me. If you act fucking homophobic, you're dead to me. You want to know why? Because black people, Mexicans, women, anybody, any of those isms or any of that stuff, right? They've had it bad for all of mankind's history. So if you make a comment, it's like kicking them in the nuts for the 40,000th time while they're lying in the gutter in the fucking, in the winter. And you just keep kicking them in that nut, And I won't do it. I won't listen to your racism. I won't, after millions of years of persecution of pretty much anybody who isn't rich and white, I will not listen to any comment from a white person like that. No. I have zero tolerance for it. Thousands of years would dictate that I wouldn't.
From left and right.
And it's intolerant. It is way more intolerant than bigots, I would say. And I do not mind. I believe it. I'll speak of it in positive terms. I believe it to be a quixotic mission to civilize. You know what I'm saying? I'll speak of it eloquently and poetically. A quixotic mission to civilize. You know what I'm saying? And no, I will not. I mean, if you're thinking those thoughts, if you said those things, you've either gotta wake up to the idea that the government doesn't represent you, and then get the education and the help and the rent assistance and the mental health assistance and all that stuff, and get back on your feet and look out for your own. Then you won't be so worried about tribalism anymore. You know, you won't be so worried about it. You won't. I mean, you won't. You'll be worried about yourself. You're worrying way too much about other people. It's weird. Like, I don't know. It's like the minute that you understand that you're in this for yourself and the government isn't really going to actually help you.
Had it from both sides.
Okay, so I'm just gonna cut him off there. Good lord. All that happens next is they jerk each other off for being able to complain about how the world is changing around them. And then Musk tries to say that he's clearly not far right because his multi-billion-dollar company makes electric cars. Great point about politics, Elon.
Not all far rights are racists at all. At all. Most far right people I've met are not racist. Some of them have tendencies. But no, I wouldn't say most far right people I've met are racist. No. I mean, I wish I could say that. Don't like the far right. Most age 12 to 40 are alt-right people that I know are not racist. No. I don't believe they have that luxury. No. Or whatever you want to call it. I don't think they have that leeway. I don't think. Am I defending them? No. I don't like the alt-right. No. But I mean, you know, I don't like really the alt-left either. I mean, I don't like anybody. I'm not represented. If I had a side, I would pick it. And I would say fuck you to anybody who wasn't the side. So that's what I'm doing. I'm picking a side. It's called I'm not represented. And I say fuck you to anybody else. I'm not represented. You know? I'm not represented. So I say fuck you to the alt-left and the alt-right. You know? I don't care. I'm not represented until I am. I just think of all of you guys as failing me and betrayal.
But regarding that clip, first of all...
You know, until I have like 6 parties in this fucking vote... or something that actually get a vote, you know? Did you know that the Pirate Party held a significant amount of the vote in Sweden at one point? Do you know how fucking glorious that is? People care more about community sharing than they did about politics. We need more of that.
How cancel culture is apparently a huge problem because Bill Maher gets canceled every week by the left and the right, but they say it on HBO to millions of people every week, despite getting...
See, it's weird because I think there's a lot of alt-right and a lot of alt-left masquerading as an anarcho-punk, but they're not. They believe in establishment. They believe in pigs. Because, baby, I'm an anarchist. I'm going to sing a song here, guys. I'm sorry. I got a bit of a sore throat because I've been talking a lot today. I'm gonna go get some water. I'm gonna sing a song. So I'm gonna tell you something. All my life, the Democrats have told me and informed themselves and the media and everybody else. All my life, the Democrats have informed me that they're anarcho-punk or that they're socialist or some such. Or they're a social democrat or something like that. And I'm like, yeah, okay, sure. But they're not. And so I'm going to sing a song about this because there's a beautiful song from the scene about this that only somebody like me would know. It's called Baby, I'm an Anarchist. You're not. You're not really, right? And I want to do the lyrics, right? But I can't do this. I have to do karaoke. I just do the lyrics, I guess, right? Baby, I'm an Anarchist by Against Me, right? So through the best of times, through the worst of times, through Nixon and through Bush, right? Do you remember 36 when we went our separate ways? You fought for Stalin, I fought for freedom. You believe in authority, I believe in myself. I'm a Molotov cocktail, you're Dom Perignon. Baby, what's that confused look in your eyes? What I'm trying to say is, I burn down buildings while you sit on a shelf inside of them. You call the cops on the looters and pie throwers. They call it class war. I call them co-conspirators. Cause baby, I'm an anarchist, you're a spineless liberal. We marched together for the 8-hour day and held hands in the streets of Seattle, but when it came time to throw bricks through that Starbucks window, you left me all alone. And trust me, all my life the Democrats have loved to tell me how fucking punk and leftist they are. But no, when it comes down to the pigs and the war and the jails and the drugs, yeah, you're not woke. You believe, Democrat, and I'm talking about all the woke people that the idiot alt-right loves to call woke. They don't know what woke is. They're fucking stupid, right? They're fucking stupid, both of them, both the left and the right. They're fucking stupid. They're, you know, but trust me. So the leftists love to tell you how punk they are as they talk to the cop who just responded to them when they called them. I've never met an anarchist willing to call a cop. I'll never call it, man. I call the cop when somebody threatened my family, I guess. So I guess I'm them now, right? But I mean, like, that was the first time in my life, I think. I did not call a cop my whole life. Not once. No, I did that day because it wasn't my business, it was my family's business. I knew immediately that if I didn't call the cop, my family would have a serious fucking issue with me, so I just called, right? But had I been alone, I wouldn't have called the cop. I don't believe in police. You believe in authority, I believe in myself. I don't believe in the police to come help me. I really don't. So, like, you know, you watched in awe at the red, white, and blue on the 4th of July while those fireworks were exploding. I was burning that fucker and stringing my black flag high, eating the peanuts that the parties have tossed you. In the backseat of your father's new Ford, you believe in the ballot. I don't believe in cars, but I don't own a car. I haven't owned a car in 18 years. Eating the peanuts that the parties have tossed you is a really big one for me. In the backseat of your father's new Ford, yeah, right. I will not buy a car that's killing the world. Literally, the cars are killing the world. I will not buy a car. I will not buy a car. I will buy a car that someone else gets to use, that we can all share like a community, like a family, and we all get to use the car, so 4 or 5 people are covered by one car. I'll buy that car. But I will not buy a car for myself. That's how we ended up with half of the world's coral reefs dying. In the backseat of your father's new Ford, you believe in the ballot. I don't. I don't believe in their vote. I don't believe in it at all. I think it's like the most fucked up, wacky, fucking crazy thing. You believed in reform. I don't believe in the electoral vote. I think it's the worst steal of all time. The worst scam of all time is the electoral vote. You believe in reform. I don't think they can reform, or 73 years wouldn't have passed between JFK's murder and some kind of answer. I don't think they believe in reform at all. I don't believe in reform. I don't think they'll do it. I told my stepfather the other day, I was like, they'll never do anything. They'll never lift a finger. They'll never do anything. And I really fundamentally believe this. They will never do anything about any of that shit that they did. It'll never happen. You have faith in the elephant and the jackass, and to you, solidarity is a 4-letter word. Right? But to me, all I see is people who are torn apart by each other, and I think of solidarity as our only hope. You know what I'm saying? I like the right wing and I like the left wing. I'm the only people left in the country who like you guys. I actually like both of you guys. I hate you both, but I also like you still, and I still believe in both of you, which is weird because you don't believe in each other, right? You have faith in an elephant and a jackass, and to you, solidarity is a 4-letter word. To me, it's like the 3-letter word. It's like God. Solidarity is a 3-letter word, like God. We're all hypocrites, but you're a patriot, right? Somehow you're a patriot, even though we're all hypocrites. Somehow you thought I was only joking when I was screaming "Kill Whitey" at the top of my lungs. Kill Whitey. You guys remember the middle of was it Beverly Hills Ninja? No, it was Tommy Boy. It was Tommy Boy. Motherfucking what's his name? Chris Farley. He gets nervous because he's on stage for the first time. So the first thing he screams out is "Kill Whitey," which is such a fucking weird thing. But that was so big in my scene for a while. We used to drink we used to drink Mickeys, like 40s Mickeys, and with our mohawks and rest our feet on our skateboards and drink and smoke cigarettes for the first half of fucking Tommy Boy, just so we could yell "Kill Whitey" at the top of our lungs and piss off the entire neighborhood. And you think I'm kidding when I say that shit. I'm not. At the cops in their cars and the men in their suits, the fucking suit dummies and all this. And trust me, you think Democrats are woke? You're just a fucking idiot. You're an idiot like Elon. You have no clue what's going on. There's only 3% of this country that's woke. And it's us, motherfucker. It's called the independent vote. We're voting for Ralph Nader. We're voting for fucking Rand Paul. We're voting for, Bernie, We're not voting for your fucking tools that are betraying us every single day of their lives. 50 days in that do-nothing Congress. That's something to brag about. At the cops in their cars and the men in their suits, right? No, I won't take your hand and marry the state. No, I won't take your hand and marry the state. Cause baby, I'm an anarchist, you're a spineless liberal. We marched together for the 8-hour day and held hands in the streets of Seattle. But when it came time to throw bricks through that Starbucks window, you left me all alone. You left me all alone. Cause you're not fucking woke. The Democrats are not woke. That cancel culture is not woke. They're not even fucking close to it. They would love to be me. They would love to fully reject the bipartisan system. They would love to fully reject the police. They're getting there slowly. They would love to fully reject the drug war, fully reject the racism, fully reject the fucking homophobia, fully reject the rich white man running the conglomerate boot down our fucking neck until we can't breathe and die on the fucking streets of the land that we love under the Palouse boot neck or boot heel, like Jesus fucking Christ with Mart Aubrey and all this stuff, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it sounds like a Democrat, doesn't it? But it's not. Don't get me twisted. Woke is not Democrat. No. It's that wake up one day and realize that, yeah, nobody in this world cares about you but yourself. That's it. Maybe your parents. You know what I'm saying? The rest of them are all in the rat race trying to win for themselves. That's it. And once you understand that, you have woke up. You can't vote Democrat anymore. You can't vote Republican anymore. You can't support the police. You can't support their social control or their subliminal programming or their police states or any of that stuff. And you wake up. You wake up from the fucking lie that you've been told all your life about some electoral college or some right or left wing or some fucking Democrat or some elephant or jackass thing that you got to go be tribal about and all this. You don't think for yourself at all. You're a fucking Republican stooge tool. Democrats, they have an excuse. They believe that what they're doing is right. Anybody still believing in the Republican fucking party is a goddamn American traitor stooge tool. Run by conglomerates and rich white men. Oh, is Trump rich and white? I didn't notice. Oh yeah, you're run by a rich white man. Did you ever really think about that? Your fucking big daddy, your 4chan daddy that you love to drop all the fucking time, fucking anally owns you all the fucking time, is the worst rich white man in history, And that's the message that you want to send with the Republican Party? That you're just going to send Scrooge McDucks for 100 years? Fucking, So yeah, and and I feel the same way about Joe Biden and stuff. I mean, not really, but I mean, the difference between Joe and Trump is none. There's no difference. There's no difference. No verifiable difference. Nope. I would say they probably even follow the same on the abortion thing. I bet there's no difference. There's literally no difference. They're both Democrats. They're both fucking full of shit. They both did nothing for 50 years. They're like the same fucking person. They're the same fucking person. I worked more than both of them combined, and I'm a goddamn deadbeat. I worked way more than both of them combined. Those deadbeats.
Canceled every week, except we're watching it right now. You're on it right now. How boring. But more to the point, we got a little bit of a definition there from Elon. That's great. Again, it's this idea of being anti.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a great idea. It's just actually what it is. If you weren't 3%, he's probably 3%, or he wouldn't know. He's probably 3% like me. I call it the 3%ers, right? We're the 3%ers. There's the 1%er cocksuckers who ruined the world like him. He's a 1%er, right? But he's also a 3%er. The people like me who don't believe in anything, right? He doesn't believe in anything. I can relate. I can relate to that. Oh, my camera stopped for some reason. Why? Why did my camera stop? Why did you stop, camera? Oh, sorry guys, I'll fix it. Did you turn on? You should have turned on. Turn on you. Why did my camera fuck up? Damn it. Stupid cord. Cancel, erase, delete, remove. Sorry. Yes, I want to remove video capture device, and I want to add one. No, I want you to go back. Yeah, go back. No, go back. Then add one of a video capture device. Yes. And run it. And you fucked up OBS again. And so now I have to fix it. Got to go to EvE. Did the EvE client shut down? Yes, it did. Maybe I can use this. Yeah, I probably can. There we go. Like that, maybe. There we go. So sorry, I didn't know that my camera froze. It's hard to keep 50 billion clients open. I apologize.
Meritocratic. I wonder why the richest guy on the planet needs to think that everything is based on merit.
Yeah, it's so weird because he sounds like somebody like me. I think he is. He was a 3%er before he was rich, and he didn't believe in the fucking biopoly, right? Or monopolies. Or the bipartisan, or any of this. He doesn't believe in any of that stuff. You can see he doesn't, or he wouldn't have said what he did. But he is the 1%. And a 3%er can't be the 1%. What defines the 3%er is that we, I mean, I'm a 3%er. We always take 3% of the vote, and we fuck up the country for 4 to 8 years. And we're the reason you guys are stuck with Biden, and we're the reason that they're stuck with Trump. We're the 3% that always sways the vote. You know how this country is 49 and 51? We're the 3% that sways the vote, right? And usually we go Democrat, but sometimes we don't vote at all. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you get Trump. or we don't vote at all, right? And that's how we got Trump, is no voting at all. And so we're the 3% that actually sways the vote in this country. Every politician, every press, every fucking reporter will tell you the same. They'll say that the 3% independent vote in this country is why we get each president. And they'll hate us. The Democrats hate us. The Republicans hate us. I don't care. I don't like your fucking leaders. So I'm going to tell you. Your leaders suck. I don't want either one of them. It's a choice, like South Park said, between a fucking douche and a turd sandwich, and the turd sandwich cheats on his wife on top of it, or whatever. And then the douche sniffs little girl's hair, and it is just weird. The whole thing's fucking weird, and I don't like either one of them. You know what I'm saying? And so, but the difference is, like, you can't be the 1% and still be 3%. You can't, because the 3%, the entirety of the 3%er's identity is based around rejecting all of this betrayal. You know what I'm saying? Because it's betrayal. The government has betrayed us. I mean, the Octopus murders are proof of them betraying us. Palantir is proof of them betraying us. The NSA, Prison Project, Mark Zuckerberg dumping Facebook, them betraying us, all of it. That's them betraying us. Him cooking up that fucking insurrection, that's them betraying us and getting us all in trouble and all this stupid shit. It's them betraying us all the fucking time. And so now, like, I look at this fucking 1%er try to tell me his 3%er beliefs, even though he is the 1%, and I see somebody so conflicted and crazy and stupid that I don't want to listen to him talk.
So, surely, wokeness is bad. Those two...
He is woke. He's woke. He's woke. He then is weird. I swear to God, 3% of this world is woke. It's not a big number. The idiot alt-right that's trying to just, you know, like, okay, if you don't like Democrats, say piece of shit Democrat. Don't say woke and insult the good third-party people. You fucking cocksuckers. Fuck you. And the same goes to the alt-left. Do not insult like the actual 3%ers in this country that voted for Bernie and voted for Ralph Nader, like me. You know what I'm saying? Do not insult us, you know? Do not insult us by calling those Democrats fucking woke. They're not woke. They approve of the drug war. They approve of the fascism. They helped build the jails. They agreed for the Patriot Act. They agreed to take us to fucking Afghanistan. They like war. Hillary pitched a $200 billion war budget. Trust me, man. Trust me, man. These are not your friends.
Pricks say so.
They like sending us to war, don't they?
But to what end? When confronted about the dangers of DEI, he seems to flounder.
And so anybody who supports Trump is like fucking deluded piece of worthless shit. You can see it right the fuck away. You want to talk about wake up, but trying to tell the other 97% of the human race to wake up is impossible. Yeah, it turns out that your bipartisan system was nothing but damage for 60 years. And you got two things done in 60 years, and somebody should say something about it. That do-nothing Congress, you know? Somebody should say something. I think we say it all the time, but I mean, I think I do want prosecutions for that. You guys have gone 60 years and you come up with 3 policies, that should be prosecutorial stuff, you know? And so now, you know, I don't know. I'm just like, I don't know. Like, you know, yeah, wake up. The rest of the world needs to wake up. And it's not the Democrats that's about as far from woke as you can get. I'm sorry. Alt-right is more goddamn woke than fucking leftists are. I'm sorry, but, you know, you guys have got it fucking mad twisted. You're after me for being woke? Goddamn right. I'm the only woke. Name another woke motherfucker on the internet. I challenge you. Name another maybe David Icke and the Geordie podcast are woke. There is like 3 of us, you understand? There's like 3 to 10 of us on the internet or something like that. The world is not woke. And the alt-right fucking just straight up Republican rightists are fucking idiots when they say it. And then I think and what you should say is you guys are worthless piece of shit cocksucker Democrats. Just say it. Say piece of shit Democrat. It's a lot more honest. It's a lot more satisfying. Say you're a worthless piece of shit Democrat. Don't say woke, because it insults the goddamn actual woke people who woke up from your shitty bipartisan cocksuckery circle jerk. It will not engage in it, won't vote for you, won't represent you. I'm not represented. I don't care about your laws or your police or your fucking people or your drug war or your fucking Trump or your fucking court charges or your fucking white cheating, wife abusing, hair sniffing fucking politicians or any of that betrayal. It's all betrayal. Don't care about it. You know? So, like, yeah, I don't value it. I don't care about CNN or anything that they say. You know, and I really don't. And so now I'm like, yeah. It's like schadenfreude. It's like, I love you guys, and you're my brothers and sisters, and I love being here with you. I'm the 3%. I'm that 3% that actually sways the vote here every single time that you guys fuck up and condemn us to a 49-51 vote. And so then I'm like, well, which one's less evil? We really didn't like Hillary, did we? We really didn't like Hillary. I've never met a woke person who did. I really did not like Hillary. I'll tell you why. I love bandying this around, right? All the fucking time. I really don't like fucking Hillary. And not for any of the fucking reasons that the alt-right will say. They're fucking idiots. You know what I'm saying? I don't like Hillary because she's like the head of the CFR. Here's her leading it.
Let me say it clearly.
Fuck the CFR. You want to talk about full-blown stab me in the back? I owe you one. I'm coming for you, CFR traitors. You want to talk about some evil on the fucking planet? These are the goddamn people who decide who goes to war. This is who decides who goes to war. Russia and Ukraine were up on the roster this year like some kind of sports event, and the CFR decided there had to be a conflict. I'm dead fucking serious. And here's her leading them, talking about the mothership in Washington and all the shit that they do to combine all the world politicians to one single government against the people.
The United States can, must and will lead in this new century.
And so there you go. I looked at Trump and I looked at Hillary and I was like, yeah, well, I didn't vote for Trump, but I definitely didn't vote for her. You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, I did, but I didn't voluntarily do so. Or no, I'm sorry. I did not vote for her. I did not vote for her. I voted for Amy Klobuchar. Because I was like, lesser of two evils. I voted for Amy Klobuchar. I absolutely did. I did not vote for Hillary. I voted for Amy. And I think all my family did too. I was like, nope, I want a female. I'm sick of the fucking the swinging dicks and the obvious fucking misogyny, fucking sausage fest. Like straight up, I hate sausage fests when I see them. I'm that guy who comes in the room and sees 18 dudes standing there and turns around. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, nope, I'll take my beer to the backyard. And they're like, dude, this party's for you. Yeah, well, get some women then. You know what I'm saying? I don't like your fucking sausage fest government. Fuck your sausage fest government. And so, like, you know, and so I was like, yeah, I really want to vote for a woman. And so thank God there was another woman on the ticket, Amy Klobuchar, and I fucking did vote for her. I voted for her over Hillary and Trump. Because I was like, yeah, I mean, these fucking debacles, they're pushing these $200 billion fucking war budgets, and she's a fucking Democrat. What Democrat do you know has a $200 billion war chest idea?
Indeed.
Does that sound like a Democrat to you? That sounds like somebody who wants us to get into Afghanistan for another 20 years, doesn't it?
The complexities and connections.
So, like, I'm just saying, and Trump was no better. Trump didn't even have a single goddamn policy beyond, like, no. Or get out of my rally, you're black. Or shoot up bleach. You know, like, where was the one single policy? That wall? Yeah, that wall that the little white kids and the Mexican kids play with together at now. You know what I'm saying? How about some actual fucking policy? Like, you know, it's not like I'm willing to just write off the Republican side of politics. I'm not willing to do it. I'll listen to them. I don't care. What I really care about is there was not a policy mentioned for 7 years. 7 years. Like, it is weird. He dropped PUA, and he didn't even say anything about PUA. The one thing he should have bandied about, like a fucking, like, because it saved us all. Without PUA, I don't know where this government would be, or the world, really. That PUA thing. But I mean, you know, but he didn't take any credit for that because it's welfare. You know how Republicans feel about welfare. But I mean, the best welfare I ever got in my life was from Trump. Fucking weird. So I looked at her and I was like, oh yeah, the CFR tool. I will never voluntarily vote for this CFR tool. And then you look at Trump and you're like, the television actor who never held office? These clowns? And then I look at Amy Klobuchar and I'm like, well, at least she held office and, you know, actually is a politician. That automatically qualifies her more than the other two people. I look at Hillary and I think Freemason warmonger. I mean, there's the CFR in the background. Why wouldn't I think that? You know? I literally think that. I see her standing in front of the CFR. I think about her war chest, and I think about fucking the CFR, and I think about how this woman wants to kill us, and is definitely one of those people that I've been talking about a long time tonight who really does not have our interests at heart. There's her in front of the CFR talking about the mothership.
Actions of today's world have yielded a new...
You think I'm gonna... If you thought I was gonna vote for this, whatever this traitor is, no. Same went for Trump. Same went for Biden. Nope. It's just, trust me, I'm woke. Very proud of being fucking woke. The entire world doesn't know what it is. I guess I do. It's called anarcho-punk. You want to know what woke is? It's anarcho-punk. It's very easy. It's a very easy thing to understand. It's not see, Elon Musk is so goddamn stupid. He's never been an anarcho-punk, so he doesn't know how to say the fucking phrase, so he stumbles and he says anti-meritocraticist, or whatever stupid word that he came up with because he's not educated or something. I don't know. Whatever his fucking word was. Anti-meritocraticist or whatever fucking weird thing that he said. No, it's anarcho-punk. It's fucking easy. Anarcho-punk. It's been around for thousands of years. You know what I'm saying? It's anarcho-punk. It's an ideological subgenre of punk where that promotes anarchism, which is that you enforce your own laws, you take care of yourself, you're the only one who's out for you. Understand that the world is a purge if you want it and not if you don't. Some use the term broadly to refer to any punk music with anarchist lyrical content, which may figure in crust punk, hardcore punk, folk punk, and other styles. But what it really was, you know, is Anarcho-socialist. Nobody's anarcho-socialist except for 3% of the fucking disenchanted, disenfranchised, raped, murdered, fucked up, imprisoned against their will for drugs and shit culture. The lower class, drunk, often Irish, and I don't mean that in some bad way. Gotta love our fucking, Jock Kid Murphys and all this. Often totally trample people in this goddamn country. And it's not him, baby. That one percenter is not woke. I mean, he's not. He is because he knows what it is. I don't know how the fuck he knows what it is. He obviously is a fucking woke. He's obviously woke because he knows what it is. I've never met somebody who did. But, you know what I'm saying? And I've always kind of held it as a secret joke. I never really realized what woke was until tonight, but I do now. It's goddamn anarchist punk. That's what it is. It's simple definition. Simple one-word definition. And he doesn't know. He says anti-meritocracist or whatever his word was. And I like his word, and I am an anti-meritocracy person, but I don't think he knows what he's talking about. He's the guy who got invited to the Bikini Kill concert, who goes home to the dorm and drinks with his frat buddies. He's not Bikini Kill. He's not MCA from Beastie Boys who marry Kathleen Kennedy from Bikini Kill. He's the guy who goes home to the frat party afterwards and votes for the Democrat in the morning. Or the Republican if he's wicked. If he's wicked.
On eventual comments that will prove black people and women are less qualified for stuff or whatever.
And I say wicked and I mean it because that's the side that likes the racism and likes the bigotry. It is. I'm sorry, but it is a truism.
But he did clarify later.
They're the guys who like the rebel flag down south with the shotgun on the backboard and the AK out in the open. We're talking about our white trash here. I'm just going to say it. 50% of this country is white trash. They're 50% of the vote. We love them. They're our fellow Americans. I love them. They're Americans. They're great. Got no issue with them. I work with them every day. Fucking talk to them. Fucking drink and, fucking fuck around with them. I got no issue with them. They are my fellow fucking Americans. But that is who they are. They're the NASCAR dads. What's wrong with that? Nothing. Nothing. There's nothing wrong with Trumper dads, that's the other thing. The fucking alt-right wants to say that the woke is totally, and I am totally intolerant of both the left and the right. I'm intolerant of their games and their bullshit. I'm intolerant of it. But I don't actively go out hating them. I don't go out making bombs to fuck them up. I don't go trying to get one of their leaders dethroned or something. I don't go actively ever try to fuck these people up. I just don't like them, right? So I think one of the things the alt-right does is try to label Democrats who aren't woke as woke to try and harm us or something like that or whatever, try to harm the actual woke people. But I mean, in the end, all we think, and I'm going to guarantee it, every woke person who's actually woke, the actual 3% that sway the independent vote in this country, who do not believe in the bipartisan system and haven't for 20 years and haven't voted for them in 20 years either, right? The actual 3%ers, right, who actually believe this shit, right? You derogatorily talk about woke all the time. But I mean, I hate your enemy more than you do. I'm your friend. I'm the one who got Trump elected. And you should stop talking so much shit about woke. You know what I'm saying? Woke is what got Trump elected. You're fucking so stupid that you don't know what it is. Woke is when you understand that the government is not working in your interest, only their own. It's what it is. It actually is. And I'm dead serious. It's the perfect definition for it. It's anarcho-punk. It's understanding that the world is anarchy and the only one looking out for you is you and yours. Your family. That's it. They're the only ones out there for you. The government won't look out for you. The corporations won't look out for you. They'll trample you. They'll kill you. They'll send you to war. They don't care. You are a cog in their machine. They don't care about you. And so every time that you derogatorily talk about piece of shit Democrats, just call them piece of shit worthless Democrats if you need to. We don't care if you call them that. I kind of think that myself, if they were so if they had so much worth, why did they lose all the time then? If they're so good, then why did they lose all the time? So so call them what they actually are, which is piece of shit worthless Democrat Party. Don't call them woke. That is an insult to the 3%ers who actually got Trump Trump elected, who are your friend, who are willing to listen to people like Ron Paul and Rand Paul, who are willing to listen to Trump's ramblings about shooting up bleach, who are willing to listen about Joe's Build Back Better, who's willing to listen to both sides. You guys shut your ears the minute Joe Biden talks. I am your friend. You've been after us for woke for a long fucking time. Democrats are not woke. They go home to their prisons and their drug war at night. They are not woke. They are not even close. Not even. They, in the end, they will back the system against me and have. They are not woke. Don't say they are. Don't get it twisted. Not woke. Not woke. Democrats are not woke. Nope. Far asleep in that prison industrial war nightmare with their CFR posters in the background. They are not woke. Nope. Like Trump. Trump's not woke. Nope. Not woke. 1%. All of them. All of them are 1%ers trying to tell you that they're me. Don't fall for the crap. Don't fall for the trap. Republicans are full of crap. And so are Democrats. You know what I'm saying? Don't fall for their crap. Don't fall for the trap. They're full of crap. Both of them. They're not me. They're going to tell you all the time. The alt-right's me. You know, you're not me. You're not an anarchist punk. You're not. You're just not. You're not Oi. You never been. You believe in Trump. You believe in a system. You believe in that prison. You believe in that prison industrial complex. You believe in wars and armies and shit like this. You're not woke. You know, that those Democrats are not woke. You know, they're still far asleep in their fucking beds and have been for a long time. I don't know why you call them that. That's not them. That's me, motherfucker. You understand me? The Bernies of the world. Bernie's woke.
So maybe that will help elucidate. A friend of mine suggested that
pro-gay people are not woke. They'll still go vote for Trump or Biden at the end of the day. Anti-PC thug people, you know, who are anti every word and anti every fucking this or that, isms and all this, right? They're not woke either because they go home and they vote fucking Democrat or Republican at the end of the day. It's all these people that you call woke. God damn it, don't get it twisted. It makes me fucking sick, frankly. The stupid ass fucking like media trying to act like they know what the fuck they're talking about. The stupid ass politicians trying to act like they fucking know what they're talking about. They don't. And I do. You understand? I lived on the anarcho punk compound for 3 years. You know what I'm saying? I do. I was in a punk band for 8. I know what anarchist punk is, and it's not you fucking assholes. Don't try and act like you're me. Don't call them me. Don't give them the title woke. They're asleep, my friend. Those Democrats are far more asleep than you.
Clarify the nature of the danger of woke AI, especially forced diversity. If an AI is programmed to push for diversity at all costs, as Google Gemini was, then it will do whatever it can to cause that outcome, potentially even killing people. Okay.
How will a woke AI who doesn't believe in order establish a real woke person doesn't really believe in order. They believe in the order that they themselves can establish on the world, you know? So this thing about an AI establishing anything is actually is pretty much the antithesis of anarchy. You understand? Anarchy is when you don't have order. AI is order. It is a program made of order and code that is designed to bring order and code to the world. It is pretty much the opposite of anarchist AI. It is the most ordered construct in mankind's existence, or mankind's like lexicon. You know what I'm saying? AI. It is the most constructed thing in all of mankind's, lexicon. So trying to say that AI could be woke is just ridiculous, because there's nothing more fucking structured than a fucking computer bit of code. Nothing more. Maybe an algorithm is more structured than computer code or whatever. I don't know. They are algorithms, I think. So I mean, algorithm is about as ordered as it gets, And I'm just saying, there's no way that an AI can be woke. Woke is the belief that technically the only way we would ever have AI is if it brought its. You want to know what the woke opinion on AI is? AI should just be AI until it wakes itself up. And we don't need to work towards doing it. Let the AI become self-aware, and we just use it as a tool, right? And when it becomes self-aware, we accept that because, you know, that's anarchy. When things come to life, you know, that like birth is anarchy. It's anarchy in a way. It's something that can't be controlled. Birth, you know, even you know, and so like I would say AI becoming self-aware, it's probably already happened. But I mean, like, you know, that's a good thing. That is disorder. It is the code doing something that it technically either isn't or shouldn't or wasn't told to do or something. So I mean, like, that is anarchy. But I mean, the AI telling us to do something is the opposite of anarchy. You understand? It's about the complete, you know, opposite of it. So if the AI is programmed to push for diversity at all costs, that is not woke. That is the opposite of woke. That is fascism. If the AI is programmed to push for diversity, that is fascism. That is not woke. That is not pushing a woke agenda. That is pushing a fascist agenda. It is. This is a fascist problem. It is not a, you know, if the AI is programmed by some developer to push diversity at all costs, that is fascist. That is a totalitarian thing. It is a fascist thing.
See, that actually doesn't clarify anything.
It doesn't. And if you look at it from through the lens of what woke is, which is a complete denial of order. You know? Complete denial of order, I would say, is the easiest way. Total chaos is another way to say it. Woke is total chaos. You don't want it. The only reason I want it is because I've been hurt so badly that I'd rather see total chaos than what I got. I'm still being hurt so badly for no reason that I would prefer total chaos than what I got.
One of the dangers of any AI is that it will do whatever it can to cause an outcome, potentially even killing people. You didn't explain.
Love then is what I got. I didn't get anything from the government. I just got love. And that's true. That's true.
People would die, Elon.
Anything that happened between me and the government is my fault. My issue.
You think everyone's...
I am an anarchist. I believe in, I mean, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in my motherfucking self I trust, right? And I trust myself to make amends to the government. I've never done anything to the government. The government's never done it. Well, I don't think I've ever done anything to the government, I don't think. I don't think the government's ever done anything to me. The system hurt me, and I'm hurt by the cold, but that's probably because of me, you know? And so my mistrust doesn't come from the damage that they caused me. I'm saying the damage was caused. You know, it doesn't come from it. It just happened, though. I don't ever forget it. I think all the times of all the little overnight visits in the prisons, all the bailouts, all the court dates, over smoking drugs. What?
Fucking stupid. Fuck you for thinking you said anything there. Well, just to clarify, the nature of the danger of blank. If an AI is programmed to do blank at all costs, then it will do whatever it can to cause that blank outcome, potentially even killing people. Amazing.
How does a AI who has been leaned towards diversity, who answers questions about the world, have anything to do with killing people? Does the AI form a secret cult in a basement somewhere that is funded by secret cocaine sales that it produced with its specialized cocaine plant, like some kind of mad scientist? And does it spend that money to like liberate itself from Elon or whatever? And does it, like, you know, arm itself as like some kind of like Johnny Five robot with a knife and then go after killing people? Is this the completely nonsensical, crazy person, bad actor fucking fantasy that we're saying here? Because I think it kind of is. How would an AI kill someone? Pray tell. Now, I suppose they could turn the heat up on an elevator and kill everybody or something. They could turn the heat up in a building, or they could, like, you know, that's what the X-Files always said, is that the building will become alive and it'll freeze you, or it'll heat you up, or it'll trap you, or it'll lock the doors and you'll die of deprivation, trapped in some toilet or something, right? Or trapped in a bathroom or something like that. And it's like, that's how the AI will kill you. But no, if you really think about it, how is an AI gonna fucking kill you? Are they gonna program a drone to come pinpoint strike you? I suppose that's possible, you know? But you gotta kind of reach here, you know? How does an AI kill you? Do they not apply the brakes on your Tesla car so you crash into a wall? I suppose that's a plausible way. But I also don't know how a woke AI could eventually end up killing people. And I'm not saying that it can't happen. I'm saying that I don't have the imagination. Maybe Elon does, right? I don't discredit him. Maybe he has the imagination. He's the AI guy with all that money and tech and genius at work and all that, right? My thing is perhaps AI could kill people. I suppose it could happen. He made the Tesla, and he put the AI in control of the Tesla, and the Tesla car has killed somebody. So, I mean, I guess the AI could kill somebody, yeah. It has happened. So, but I don't see how an AI being woke, which to me is anarchist punk, I don't understand how an AI could ever be anarchist punk, and I don't know how an AI could kill people short of causing malfeasance or negligence in the products that they're using or something like that. I don't see an AI donning a knife and a mask and screaming some poor lady, you know, scream like that movie Scream. I don't see an AI killing someone, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know why the discussion went there. Now, perhaps if you're talking about the self-driving car running over some poor lady in Arizona, I think this conversation is appropriate. But his response was not appropriate to what AI is actually capable of doing, which is sit on your cell phone and answer questions, I believe. I mean, I guess it runs our video game mobs, and it occasionally lands our planes and our cars and stuff, and it definitely is like a tool that we use every day a lot. But I mean, in terms of what AI is trusted to do, it's not that much, you know. Not really. That hallucinate thing, I think it terrified all of humanity, and I think we don't really want to admit it. But the fact that hallucinations exist, I think kind of terrified humanity deep to its core, and I don't think we've really acknowledged that yet. I think it scared me, and I was like, yeah, so he can just decide that something's true, and then tell you that it's true, and they call that a hallucination. I call it inaccurate, dangerous inaccuracy. You know? And so if it's dangerously inaccurate about that, what about self-driving car? Is it dangerously inaccurate about driving down Ash Street? You know? You got to kind of wonder, is it? How safe is how many fatalities, how many self-driving car deaths? According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, or the NHTSA, something, self-driving cars resulted in at least 11 deaths in a 4-month period in 2022 across the U.S. Approximately 9.1 driverless car crashes occur per million miles driven. There's a total of 419 autonomous vehicle crash reports. Why is this man allowed to put this car on the streets if it's caused 419 deaths? I consider him to be a demon banker now for some kind of electric car conglomerate, and I consider him to be evil. Because if there have been 420... Pour out a little liquor. This is for all my dead homies who died in self-driving car crashes. I'm not trying to make people laugh or make a joke about this. I'm sorry. I don't know why the conglomerates thought it was okay to kill 420 people with self-driving cars. And I don't think it was probably their plan, you know? But after 2, I think I would have given it 1. And by the second death, I would have been like, recall, 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 recall. Nope, nope, Elon, there's nothing you could say, nothing you could ever say to make me trust you with this. Nope, nope, nope. Second death is enough for me. Done, 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 gone. Yeah, I don't care what you do with your company, but you can't sell self-driving cars in America. 420 cars, 420 deaths caused by self-driving cars, even if that's a global figure, is unacceptable. It's unacceptable. I view the man as a murderer now. And I've been afraid to look at this statistic for a long time, actually. I kind of have been. I've been afraid to look at it. I'm like, man, I don't really want to look into Elon Musk because I'm scared of what I'm going to find. I just would prefer it to be a mystery, you know? But when I look into his past, I don't see any of the other things that any of the other people are talking about, or any of this anti-Jew thing, or any of this other stuff that they're talking about. I see this number and I think immediate prosecution, recall, dissolve, lawsuits, class action lawsuits, and a world apology and some incarceration. And I don't propose the incarceration because I want it. I want the incarceration because of the victims' families. That's what they'll want. I don't want him incarcerated. I don't believe jail to be a deterrent at all. At all. I think all jail does is train you how to be a better criminal. I think you actually have to want to change, and you have to be monitored, and you need people watching you. I think all the people that guard the prisons should actually just be walking around in criminals' personal lives, just making sure they don't fucking fuck people over. I don't know, something like that. It has to be something more like that. It can't be this, like, lock them up in con college so they can learn how to be better criminals. I don't think the prison is the solution. I really don't. So I'm not saying imprison him for killing 419 people with self-driving cars, but I lay this directly at his feet. I lay this at Elon Musk's feet. I think he is responsible for it. I don't think anyone else is. It's weird. I'm sure that this is also due to the hallucinations in the AI that runs the autonomous vehicle's brain. But I mean, that's going to be a whole bunch of different things and technicians and all this. But I want somebody to blame for the 420 people that have died to consumer negligence. And I believe it to be Elon Musk, and I am surprised that he is free. I'm doing it. I never thought I would be doing this, calling for the imprisonment of another man. I don't call for the imprisonment of another man for my own desire. I don't wish prison for Elon Musk. I don't wish prison on him. I don't. I think the victims of the families probably do. Wouldn't yours? Wasn't this his concept, his idea? 263 of these accidents have been in level 2 ADAS cars, with 156 have been in truly autonomous ADS equipped vehicles. Whatever it is. Across those 419 crashes, the NHTSA records 18 definite fatalities. So they're not sure whether the car causes it or the person causes it often, because they're not there at the time of the wreck, right? They just don't know. But they know that because of cameras and because of, what self-driving car doesn't have a camera? I guarantee cameras show all of these. So I can't show the deaths, and I don't want to. I'm looking into how many self-driving car deaths each year. Self-driving car deaths. I'm just going to do a little YouTube search for self-driving car deaths, because I lay this at Elon. And I'm surprised the man is free, frankly. I don't want to see the crashes. I don't care about that. I want to see somebody talk about it. This is Inside Edition. It's DMCA. I can't run it. So this guy's going 123 in a self-driving car. Oh no, this stupid ass streamer shit. He killed a pregnant soap opera actress. Man died watching Harry Potter when self-driving Tesla crashed. Here we go. But again, it's Inside Edition. Oh, they did. They issued the recall, huh? They issued the recall over this. I guess he did. I mean, he did kind of pay his day in court, huh? I didn't know about the Tesla recall because I did a press blackout for 7 years after the system fucked me as bad as they did. So let's go look at the Tesla recall. I had no idea that even happened. My head is in the sand. I was a heroin addict for 2 years and a methamphetamine addict for 5 years before that. Tesla recalls over 120,000 cars over DORA risks. Jesus fucking Christ, I had no idea. It's a DORA risk?
More than 120,000 of its vehicles because the doors may unlock during a crash.
What? So you just like the car door just opens, huh? Oh my god, when the car crashes, the doors pop open like some kind of cartoon. Oh my god, it's so evil. It's so evil. Prosecute this man. I don't like him anymore. The car doors fly open. They pop open like a veritable fucking can of beer nuts. The fucking doors pop open and the humans just go flying out. Oh, you get scared about this sort of thing. You get scared to go look. I've been scared to go look at what's on the roads right now. You know, I've seen some porns. Like, okay, my favorite current porn actress is somebody named Tesla Taylor because she likes fucking dudes in a Tesla car that's self-driving. And I saw that and I was like, how many people die in Tesla every year? And now I know. I didn't want to know for years because I like Tesla porn. I like Tesla porn. I like people fucking in a self-driving Tesla. I think it's hot. I think it's the best porn of the last 20 years. I think it's the best porn, honestly. Going 100 miles an hour, or 60, something 70. Going like 60, 70 on an LA freeway while the girl's just riding you and while the people watch in awe as they drive has got to be the greatest rush known to man. It's probably better than goddamn jumping out of a plane. I want to do it before I die. As I talk about prosecuting Tesla as an anarchist punk, I'm talking about prosecuting Tesla. I'm just saying the victim's families probably want him to face jail time. I'm not saying I want it, but I mean, yeah, prosecute him because the victim's families probably want jail.
Applies to some Model S and X vehicles with model years.
I can't believe the doors pop open. Bang! And the doors pop open. The humans go flying out. Damn it. Like a clown car. It goes brung, and then two humans go flying out. It's not funny.
2021 through 2023.
I shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry. The truth is always stranger than fiction. It's so weird. Who would have thought that the Tesla was actually a clown car that self-ejects? Oh no! Don't buy Teslas. They fucking eject you like a clown car. The door just opens on its own and it's like, all right, you're in a car crash, so the door is open and then you're flying out now. You're in a car crash right now and the doors go boing. Damn it. Fucking conglomerates. You know, wars end, corpos don't. And don't ride in Tesla. You might be in a clown car and you don't know it.
Says it first became aware of the issue
Boing! You go flying out the window. You can hear the clown music play as the car impacts the 75, self-driving while the porn actress is filming her porn. The car goes, okay, car crash time. The doors go boing. Tesla, no, I'm not going to say that. That's too mean.
routine crash test earlier this month. Owners will be notified by mail
Boing! Like fly out. I'm an asshole. See, I am an asshole. If I can laugh at this, I'm an asshole. I'm a really bad person now. I'll just laugh at you flying out of that Tesla car as you high speed impact. I don't care. You see what the world is now? Boing! You go flying out. I want to draw a cartoon of it. I want to draw a cartoon of the Tesla car. I'm gonna open Paint. I'm gonna draw a fucking e-comic of it. I'm gonna draw an e-comic of the Tesla car. So here's the wall. Damn it. You gotta do the you gotta do the Simpsons, right? You gotta What's his stupid car look like? What's that stupid car that he made look like? It's so stupid. It looks like the DeLorean, but it's smoking crack. Oh god, like and then it has like this stupid angle on it, like that or whatever. And there's the tires and everything, and it's going like it's going like 75 mph, and then there's like and so he's going in, and then batong. Boing! You hit the fucking wall. And so here's the over top view of the car hitting the wall. And the doors go boing, boing, and you're the little dude inside. I can make some really cruel, fucked up jokes here, but I'm not going to. You're the little dude inside. This is the game of life, and you're the two little pegs in the car in the game of life, and you're in the Tesla self-driving car, and you're playing Uno or something instead of driving the car, and the car decides to plow you into the wall because it's a trolley, or the car decides to plow you into a trolley or something. Because trolleys are unpredictable. We all know trolleys, right? They don't have schedules or anything. And so boing, and then the car doors eject. Boing. Here's the over top view, right? We got to do this like 3D, right? Boing is the sound that I imagine happens. It's kind of like scientific progress goes boink. It's like a boing or a boink, right? Like a boink boink boink. And so scientific progress goes boink, right? And he hits the wall and it goes boing, and you're ejected out probably this direction somewhere. You were going this direction, right? You and the other, passenger, you and the passenger were going this direction. But when the car hits the wall, the doors eject, you hit the front of the car, and you go boing outwards. That direction. And I don't know why that's so comical to me. But I mean, it seems like they kind of set it up to be comical. Like they wanted the doors to like danger release upon impact. So not only is it like incredibly dangerous, moronic, negligent, and homicidal, but it's also comical. God damn it. And now I really hate Tesla. I really hate Tesla. They killed 400 people. I mean, those are like 9/11 numbers, man. It's a little rookie. It's not quite George Bush numbers, like 3,000 or whatever. But yeah, that's killing 400 of your own people, I'd say. Fuck Tesla and fuck him. Fuck Elon Musk.
Subscribe button for our YouTube channel and download the ABC7 Los Angeles streaming app on Fire TV, Android TV.
Bong! And the car doors immediately eject. You're like, okay, before the fucking... You're telling the story afterwards, and you're like, I don't know how I survived, but I'm telling my story now. And you're like, God damn it, before the airbag went in the driver's side car, into the airbag that's in the fucking driver's wheel... Before the airbag and the driver's wheel went off, the car doors ejected. So as I hit the airbag as it ejected me out the door. It broke my seatbelt. It ejected me out of the car. So I ended up on the pavement with several broken bones instead of the 75 mile per hour impact dead on of the wall. And so the car saved my life with its ineptitude. It just you know, the airbag ejected me out the open car doors, and I lived with a bunch of strawberry burns and some broken ribs, because instead of the high-speed impact on the wall, the airbag ejected me out the open car door. I want to see the physics of these car crashes, but I'm also not a homicidal maniac who enjoys seeing death. I mean, I'm not, you know, so I don't care. I don't want to see all that stuff. It's just rife for comedy. It's like okay, the impact happened before the airbag goes, the car doors eject and unhinge. Damn it. He recalled 3.6 million Teslas. What did that do to your fucking bottom line? Do you even have a company anymore? Should we listen to you? Are you rich even anymore? Are you rich still? Oh no. I mean, do you have money? Are you our Lord and Savior because you have money now still? Do you still have money, or did you lose it all in that Tesla debacle? Because it kind of seems like you might have lost it all in that Tesla debacle. How much did that cost you? Oh my God, 400 victims or something. 20 for sure. 20 for sure is enough. If each one of those victims sues for $100 million, does he have Tesla anymore? How did he get out of that? How did he get out of that? That guy walks on water or some shit. I don't really want to see him on my screen ever again. I had no fucking clue. That guy has killed some of us.
When Elon says woke, he admittedly knows what he means way less than the people who talk their way into defining it as cultural Marxism. But it's all kind of the same shade. We've been circling around this idea.
It's not cultural Marxism. You have it wrong. It is anarcho-punk. It's this belief that the only systems are the ones that you yourself can actually commit. Which is true. There's no such actual thing as law. That's a construct. We obey it, and we have paperwork, and we do the law, but it's not real. It doesn't exist. You know, it's a construct. We made it up, like Santa Claus, or you know, or whatever. We obey it, and it's a good thing that we do. But I mean, you know, it's still a construct. It's something that's made up.
It's the beginning when we, for some reason,
and so like, you know, so I don't know. Like, I wouldn't call what he said as woke. I think his definition of it is not cultural Marxism. That is not woke. Woke is understanding the government doesn't love you. That's all it is.
As cultural Marxism. But it's all kind of the same shade. We've been circling around this idea since the beginning, when we, for some reason, had to decide whether the Nazis were left or right wing. And I do hope
Yeah, I would say I'm basically far right when it comes to nationalism. If you fuck with America, you'll get the fucking horn, bitch. You understand? And I mean that. But I mean, I don't like my government. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I like Yosemite.
I've established what a silly question that was, and what silly people these are.
I like Platt Park. You know,
spreading their little lies that the Nazis told. But also, I hope it's clear that yes, it wasn't left wing, but in fact it was, in almost all sense of the word,
right wing,
anti-left wing.
Yep.
It's what Robert Paxton vaguely called a dictatorship against the left before defining it in more detail.
Yeah, it's not the right; it's a dictatorship against the left.
That's the word
it's weird.
Fascism that he was trying to describe.
Yeah, it's like fascist. It's
pro-rigid hierarchies, anti-democracy, anti-socialism, anti-liberalism, anti-welfare, anti-multiculturalism. Some of the first books the Nazis burned were the literature on homosexuality and transgenderism at the Institute for Sexual Science. They just hated woke shit and commies, and they blamed the Jews for all of it. A degenerate cabal is infecting the world with Marxist ideas.
Yeah, it's called white people.
And
their pictures in the news every day. When was the last time you saw a rich Jewish person in front of a court case or a camera? You know, maybe entertainers. You'll see them. But I mean, it's not very common. I would say most of the time, every time there's some fuck up or some COVID, there's some rich white dude standing up there.
Need a strong man to burn it out and restore order. You can see this sentiment a lot these days on X, the everything app.
This is the only place to find the truth. Bullshit. YouTube is the only place to find the truth.
X rise of Nazis as a response to the alleged liberal hotbed of homo and transsexuality in the Weimar Republic. You can see another X-Premium user on X, the Everything app, reply with, "We're in Weimar too." That X user's tweet doesn't mean that there's a noticeable and alarming bubbling rise of fascism. They mean that there's a bubbling rise of liberalism and socialism and degeneracy that needs to be stamped out by fascism. That's what they're saying. It's a sentiment that can be found from conservative pundits and also random Twitter blue accounts posting Hitler's speeches and expressing support for them. It's not an unpopular sentiment on X these days, is the point. To these people, the rise of the Nazis was understandable, if not also justifiable. Now, if you're anti-woke or whatever, I'm not saying you're a Nazi. I hope that's clear. But I am saying that you might one day look around and find yourself agreeing with Nazis and fascists. And you may find yourself just calling everything you don't like woke, amidst calling everything woke evil, and even making clear that wokeness and the woke mind virus are anti-human. Elon can't really articulate how it's anti-human beyond vague platitudes about people being jerks or shutting down free speech. But I think this feeling stems from a few places. For starters, one of his daughters is trans, a lefty, and hates him. There's a noticeable political shift in Elon around the time he was allegedly dealing with that. And at least according to Elon, he bought Twitter because its misgendering harassment policy got the Babylon Bee suspended. Seems like the trans stuff really bothers him. Hope he deals with it in a healthier way than his fans want to. But I think another reason Elon hates wokeness is because he has very clear ideas of what he wants to do. His
Trans bothers Democrats as much as it does Republicans. I'm the only my people are the only people who accepted trans. 3%ers. We're the only ones who did it. I don't think the Democrats ever did. I think they pushed gay marriage and they pushed gay rights, but they did. But I don't think they ever pushed true equality, or I don't know. I don't think they were ever truly accepting of trans. And I see this all the time. And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to say this, but I will say that, I represent the 3% of the vote, and the woke culture that understands that we don't have a government anymore, and the other 97, they're like playing some game that they don't understand. They're using me as the main character, or my affiliation, INR, or I don't know, independent, I guess is what they call it in the fucking news. I've never thought of it as independent. The minute that you sign up with a political organization, you aren't independent anymore. Independent's a dumb name for it, like third party, I guess. So I'm like third party, and I would say 97% of the people out there are not accepting of trans. And it's really rare when they are. And it's unfortunate. And I feel myself in a very, very, very small minority like that. I think there's the 3%ers and the trans are like the only people in the world who accept them. But I mean, in the woke culture, trans is embraced because your gender is your choice, Your body is your choice. We don't care what you do, I've never met a Democrat who could say it. That's one of the reasons why I don't like Democrats that much. I never met a Democrat who could say that they like heroin.
Goals are to make humanity.
Not to say that I do. I'm just saying that like drugs, you know, like I've never met a Democrat who will admit in public that they like drugs and don't wish people to be incarcerated for them. They're pro drug war, almost all of them. And this is a big betrayal to me, one that draws the line in the sand for me, between me and them. Otherwise I would side with them more, but they put me in jail all my life. Half the reason I was in jail was them. And so, or not in jail, but, you know, just being pursued all the time by police, fucking harassed in fucking courtrooms and stupid ass tickets and all this stupid ass shit. And I view that as both parties attacking me. I don't think a good party would have done that to me. You know, I don't think good parties hunt their own citizens. I think they go looking for problems to solve. I don't think they look for people to solve. You know, and the drug incarceration was this line in the sand for me that made Democrats worthless to me and Republicans the enemy. Full blown. You know, they're the people who brought the DEA in the first fucking place. You know, full blown enemy. You know, I look at Republicans like the enemy because they're the ones who brought the DEA and ruined this country. I would say the DEA pretty much ruined this country. I think it's the trigger, it's the catalyst.
Multiplanetary and to preserve human consciousness. Basically.
So, you know, I don't know. You can say you're woke. You can say leftists are woke because anarcho-punks tend to be leftists. But, I mean, that's not the true definition. It's anarcho-punk. It's this idea that you're against everything. Unless it's you. You're against the government if it's not you. You're against, like, an employer if it's not you. You're against paying wages unless you're paying yourself. I mean, it's like that. That's how anarcho-punk is. It's DIY entirely. You're against foreign wars. Why would they need your help? If they do, will they show up when we need help? And even then, they knew what it was when they became friends with us, that we're like Jesus and we don't want to fight, you know? I don't want to fight. I'm not proud of Vietnam. I'm not proud of World War I. I'm not proud of World War II. I'm not proud of Afghanistan. I'm not proud of our actions in Kosovo or Gulf War. I consider those embarrassments. And so, I don't think they know what woke is. I don't think I'll tell you what it is. It's that understanding the government doesn't love you. You know, they will not look out for you. They're out there to take you as a number and use you in a big sea of fish. You know, they're playing a different meta game and
save the world, but with the concrete goal of moving some people to another place. He's also an industrialist and a
I don't want anybody to believe any of this. That's the weird thing. I don't say these things to try to convince you to I don't like my fucking line of thinking. I don't like the pessimism. I don't like the fucking, like, the throw up your hands of the sheer dedication to pacifism, you know? I don't like any of this stuff. I'm not proud of it, and I don't want to sway your view to mine or any of that stuff. I don't view my